She's coming.
So since Bob's had two of these today, on recusals and stuff, we wouldn't know, I didn't know, he probably didn't know the names until today. If that happens to you, you have to be honest first with yourself and make that determination, only you can make. There's no place that will stop. And we'll just have to do this like he did right there. He knows, you notice I didn't ask him why, I didn't challenge anything, he knows. And if he tells me that's the way it is, that's the way it is. Okay? So don't be hesitant. I don't have to know the funds, don't even want to know the funds. If he just says that, that's good enough for me. So we have a lot of folks coming from Northwest Arkansas, so if they show, something that shows up, and you feel like that it's not exactly, then do like.
This is a fifth-year commission, and I want to give you some plans of time before last week, or last month. Now it's in the
I think it's just be a little cowardice, but that's not right.
Hey, I'll go ahead and stay up here. And if you shut you down.
Did you look at your forms?
You do it right,
The other
you
copy?
do the right thing.
I can't say anything. Call it and swear.
No, I have not seen her.
Everybody advance flyers between us.
Who's going to represent consent order number 3686?
That will be Kamisha.
Okay, is the commission here? Andrea, almost right at time, there was a statement that former commission chair Gates was reading into the record about recording and everything was being recorded and da. I do not see that in any of my scripts.
Okay. Can you go grab that person, please? Somebody will grab that.
I'm assuming we still need that, is that correct?
Is it required that we read that into the record?
I usually read it too, so.
Julie?
I think it's probably a good idea.
Okay.
I think it's, for consistency's sake, because different people come before the commission each month and.
Well, I noticed he wasn't here last time, and I thought, well, I guess maybe it was okay to take it out, but I wanted to ask, and I failed to do so
Let's continue to do it.
Very good.
If it was overlooked once, it's no big deal. If it was overlooked twice, maybe not. But let's go ahead and just try to establish that.
Okay, so on this one.
So one time, the only time.
I'm sorry. Can you help me remember where you have his
Back to.
email?
Bill Prince, I believe it's somewhere.
Right, it'll do. Here.
not
You
sure.
said, you gotta, I gotta step out now. You remember that?
Yeah, was that Elk Pines that
You
suddenly?
got up, just walked off. Okay? And, so you just keep on.
Yeah.
Going back. Hey, go over there, CP. Go. So, do you have any photos yet to say, well, now that you're commissioner, here's what happened?
You're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
Especially after the newsletter hits mailboxes here in just any day, you'll start getting those.
Get all that. I did.
Yes, sir.
Well, I thought that, there was a lot of, I read your phone, I just I don't know about, well, I just want to know that, that's not a good way to get what you want. Okay, and so, Andrew,
Yes,
I
sir.
have to read this in at the beginning of the business meeting, at the beginning of hearings, or how do you want me to apply?
At the beginning of the business meeting, and then Donna will read in, we'll,
You have it on the hearing side of things, correct? So, ladies and gentlemen, the time is about 9:06. I'd like to call this meeting to order. At the beginning of it, I'd like to read the following statement. Arkansas Real Estate Commission open meeting statement. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the commission's website. My name is Tony Moore. I'm the chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission out of Russellville, and I'm an industry member. And I'd like to open up our business meeting with the introduction of some of the participants. Vice Chair Bob Walker at the far right of the table from Jacksonville. Linda Prunty is appearing from Jonesboro today via Zoom. Dee Local to my left, Pine Bluff, is a consumer member, and Suzette Sparks of Rogers is an industry member. And also right here to my right. Support staff today, Andrea Alford is the executive director, Melissa Goff, deputy director, Heather Garrett is REC supervisor, Dale Ward is the senior investigator, Commission Marks investigator, Court Hidden Education Inspection Specialist, Sandy Eggers, executive assistant, Julie Chavis, assistant attorney general, Chris Fletcher, liaison to the governor's office, attending virtually. We will now proceed with today's business meeting. Ms. Alford.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. The first item on the business meeting agenda is approval of the April 2021 minutes.
Very good. Commissioners, you have received the minutes. Any corrections or comments you'd like to make?
One correction, I think just needs to be an addition in the minutes is, I like it reflected in the minutes that I recused myself on the government fund hearing.
Yes.
So Commissioner Walker's requested an amendment. Do I need to vote on that amendment to the minutes, madam? Separately, or can it be included?
I believe it can be included in the.
So we will amend, thank you, Vice Chair Walker, we'll amend the minutes as so directed. And would you restate, please, how you want that to read?
I just want to state that I recused myself on the recovery fund hearing.
Okay, Commissioners, with that amendment as stated by Vice Chair Walker, all in favor indicated by saying aye. Aye. Both same side. Amendment and minutes are approved. Thank you, Commissioners. Number 2 on the order today is consent order number 3686. And who will be presenting that?
Kamisha will be presenting that. Kamisha, if you'll come up to that table.
Commissioners, we'll take a few moments if you'd like to go ahead and read through the consent order, and then at the appropriate time, commission will come to you for some questions possibly, okay? Commissioners, if you're ready, I'll ask the commission to go ahead and give us a little more of the backstory, please. So, Commissioner, if you will, tell us what happened.
Well, this circular applicant received the,
We'll probably have to have her with a microphone, please, ladies.
Can I steal yours, Melissa?
I'm both hard-headed and hard-headed.
okay, this. Okay.
There you go. That's that.
So this applicant, did receive a domestic, kind of the backlog on the domestic, it was over 3 years ago. The applicant walked in on her significant other with someone else. And or the applicant kind of gave a shock to the face and ended up going to jail.
Commissioner, if you would, let's speak right into that, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
The applicant ended up going to jail behind that. And the applicant paid the fines and did probation. The applicant is looking to become a licensed agent because over the last 10 years, the applicant felt like they had missed most of their child's life working night shifts and was looking for something a little bit more flexible.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? So there's no other, in the background check, this was the only event, is that correct? And all fines were paid?
Yes,
Okay, and is there probation and is it still intact or is that over with?
it's complete.
It's over?
It's complete.
All right. All right, Commissioner, comments or a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the consent order.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walter has made the motion. You've heard the motion, Commissioners, is to approve consent order. All in favor, signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Consent order approved. Thank you, Commission. Well done. Next on our is a road waiver on our agenda. And we'll be presenting that.
I will be presenting that.
Okay, very good.
And Mr. Scott is on the Zoom and we're gonna get him on screen.
We do have this project, correct?
We do have Miss Brown. You'll be able to see her in just a minute. And the projector decides to do its thing. There we go.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
So I got cut off there, and I believe it's my time to speak on the broker waiver.
We will present your broker waiver request, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak to the commissioners.
Okay.
Commissioners, the broker waiver request you have before you is for Zeb Scott. Mr. Scott is a licensee with the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. He is currently a salesperson, but his license is on an inactive status. He was originally licensed in 2011 and then went inactive and was expired for a while, reapplied in 2017 and was active again for about 18 months and then placed his license on an inactive status again. He does have 18 months qualifying of active licensure toward the 24-month requirement. So if you'd like just a minute to read through the statement that he provided, and then you'll be able to ask him questions.
All right, commissioners, we have Mr. Scott up on the Zoom there. And feel free to ask any questions that you may have. Mr. Scott, can you hear us okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, very good. As we're looking over this, Mr. Scott, let me just say, if you would like to involve yourself in any way, give us anything from you that you think is important that maybe wasn't covered in the application, go ahead and tell us about it.
Yeah, so I think you've read through my application, and I'll give a quick background and why I think that I should be granted the broker waiver. So I've actively held my real estate license 2 separate times in the past, once beginning in 2011 and again in 2017. The portion of that time was the dates that I was obtaining my law degree. So went to law school for 3 years, got out in 2015, practiced in-house for a couple years, and then went back into the brokerage business for just a year. I went back into practicing law in-house and actually currently live in South Louisiana. Practice law as a transactional attorney, mostly working on project finance deals. Those transactions that I work on are really real estate related, but I'm not actively brokering or anything like that, third parties real estate. I'm also partners in a real estate holding company. And since that time, I've held my license on inactive status. Like I said earlier, I'm a full-time employee of a company that I don't intend on leaving anytime soon. But what I want is my broker's license so that I could potentially get into the business of managing third parties' assets or brokering third parties' assets. Don't have that completely defined right now, but the last thing I want to do is leave my company and go work as a salesperson somewhere and then have to wait out the time period that I would need to get there. So really, I really want to just ask for the commission's approval and on the waiver and see if there's any questions.
All right, so thank you for your testimony. Let's see if the commissioners have some questions. Commissioners, anything? Okay, how about a motion?
Chairman Moore,
Yes.
may I interrupt just a moment? I did want to clarify on the broker experience waiver form, Mr. Scott has met the 3 qualifications, A, B, and C at the top. He does hold a valid Arkansas real estate salesperson's license. He has passed the real estate exam, and he has completed salesperson post license twice. He did it once when he was originally licensed, and then again when he relicensed. Yes, sir.
And so the only thing missing is, that in essence, is the 24
Correct.
months.
He has 18 out of the 24.
18 out of 24, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve his request.
Okay. We have a motion to approve. All in favor of the motion to approve, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Great.
Congratulations, Mr. Scott. Those are not too easy to obtain from here, so consider yourself very blessed today, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Right.
Mr. Scott, we will be in touch with you later this week about what your next steps are.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
All right.
Next up on our itinerary is legislative session updates, and for that, I'll go back to Executive Director of office.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. The House and Senate are in an extended recess as of last Thursday, I believe. They intend to come back in the fall to consider legislation on redistricting. However, as I understand it, the resolution that allows them to come back in the fall is not specifically limited to redistricting. So it is possible from what I've been told that they could take up other legislative matters at that time. I'm not sure of an exact date when they'll be returning in the fall, but certainly as I have that information, I'll share it. From the session overall, we had an interesting session. It was intense. I think anyone involved in this session can say that it was intense all around. The bills regarding license exemptions for employees of builders were not successful. The bill that would do away with dual agency in Arkansas, Senate Bill 559, was referred to interim study. There was a bill that was introduced late in the session, House Bill 1947 by Representative Payton, that would have transferred the Real Estate Commission along with the Abstractors Board, geologists, professional engineers and land surveyors, and Arkansas Building Authority, and the Geographic Information Systems under the Land Commissioner's Office. That bill did not run. Our appropriation bill was House Bill 1219, and that made it through. And then, of course, there was a timeshare bill that is now Act 733 that we may be promulgating rules in response to, that would require timeshare resellers to register with us and would make certain actions violation. And this is a bill to, of course, protect those consumer timeshare owners who so easily fall victim to the timeshare resale scams that we've seen in the last several years. So that is just kind of a real high-level overview of the session. And if you have any questions, feel free to let me know.
I really don't have a question. I want to thank you and the staff for a great job during this session. Also like to acknowledge Vice Chair Walker's role as legislative committee chair, and what a great job he did during that period of time also. So I think on a positive note, one of the best bills that I've seen in a long time for the protection of consumers. Remember, that's our number one goal, right? Is the timeshare resellers bill. I'm elated that that successfully passed. I'd like to acknowledge former Executive Director Ison's role in that. Very unselfish. He had not one thing to gain from it other than his desire to help protect consumers. And just want to acknowledge that on the record today. What a tremendous job he did in helping to see the consumers protected in the state of Arkansas. So anything that this commission can do to further facilitate the rules and pushing that forward in a timely manner. Of course, it's there now. Let's get on with it, because somebody may fall victim in the meantime, right?
Absolutely.
So I just want to acknowledge that and thank everybody, for that is a great one to be happy about, right? Any other comments on legislative this morning? Anything else?
No, I believe that's all. There will be some other non-real estate specific legislation that addresses state agencies that will require rulemaking. I'll have a better idea of what all those are and what we need to do in response here in the next couple of weeks. So I may have a package for you all to review either in June or July.
And you did a great job of keeping us updated, with sending us out copies of the bills, and I just appreciate, that really helped us, and so I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am, Shavis, comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, sometimes if it's a bill that's a general, application over state agencies, our office drafts some model language for our clients to use, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Right. There's also some question of when when the legislation from this session will become law, since it's normally 90 days after signing that, and they have not adjourned signing that. The resolution provides for the law to become effective 90 days after the recess, I believe. But we're also waiting on more information and direction on that, so.
You just keep us up on that, and so again, let's go down to number 5. Let's discuss the 2022 approved continuing education topics. I think particularly Vice Chair Walker, you want to lead that discussion this morning.
Commissioners and Ms. Alford, Sandy has gone to make the copies of the current list, so you can know what we have currently in the approved list. So Commissioner Moore, that's going to take just a moment.
Okay, well, I think Mr. Walker already has his mind made up on what he was to say.
Absolutely.
So we could probably continue the discussion, and Vice Chair Walker, can you do that?
I can, and thank you very much. Agency has been such a battle in our state. And never more evident than the bill that was put forth this year. And I think it's time, there's a lot of things that we need to be reminded of every now and then. And I think agency is one of them. I would like to propose a 3-hour mandatory course on agency, but going heavy on buyer representation and dual agents.
Okay.
And, I have agents all the time asking, gosh, are we going to talk about agency again? And I go, yeah, we are, because evidently we're not getting it. And so I just think that for 2 reasons. Number 1, I think it's time. And number 2, I think it will help us in the long run.
So Vice Chair Walker, that is in keeping with our where we can mandate the 3-hour required copy, correct? So that's what that would be our mandate.
That's what I'm proposing, yes.
Okay. Everybody understand that? Questions on that? Okay, comments about the mandate for agency? I hate the topic. Frankly, it's a boring topic. I hate that it's so necessary. But I do agree with the fact that even though it is so important to improve the format by which it's taught, with all of the new licensees and some of the problems I see arising on the forefront, that seems to be a well-spoken requirement.
I would also like very much at the educators retreat to try to push to the educators that we really don't want them to bring out the same stale agency courses that they've been doing. That they need to update it, they need to pay a little bit more attention to the details of it. Because I think that's where the thing is missed.
So we can actually set the learning objectives for the required topic, and we could even go so far as structuring a suggested course outline that would highlight the amount of time that needs to be devoted to each of the learning objectives, so that we can make sure that the focus does land on buyer agency and dual representation.
I think that would be good. I actually took the contract last week in my sales meeting, and we didn't talk about anything but dual agency. We went over every part of that dual agency paragraph and talked about it, talked about what it meant. And even though I talked about dual agency and I talked about dual agency, some of the agents are going, oh, so that's what we got to do? And I'm going, yeah, that's what I've been telling all along. So I don't think we're paying enough attention to what that actually says. We go, oh, dual agency, we've never seen that, let's go into something else.
Right.
There's more in the weeds.
Commissioners, any other comments? We have the list here in front of us that would be inclusive in the motion that would be for approval of 2022. Additions, corrections, or we good with it? We're good with it. I'll need a motion to approve these, I'm assuming, correct?
Yes, you might want to do two separate motions, one for the 3-hour mandatory topic, and then one for the remaining topics.
All right, back to you then. You made that form of motion, correct?
I did.
Okay, for the mandatory, so we have a motion on the floor from Vice Chairman Walker for 3-hour required mandatory on agency. All in favor of that motion, signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed, same. Motion carried. Second would be, I need a motion for the list that you're holding in your hand for 2022.
So moved.
Suzette has made Commissioner Sparks has made the motion for, to approve the list as submitted for 2022.
Before we vote, Chairman Moore, is there anything on this list that we feel like needs to come off?
Well, I have a motion on the floor. Okay, so we have to vote that motion up or down unless you choose to amend, Commissioner Sparks.
No, this is just kind of discussion of the motion.
Okay, so you're discussing the motion of amendment. Trying to see if she can talk her into it. Correct?
Do you see something when you do?
No, I just thought we ought to look and see if there's anything that really needs to come off of here before we approve it.
My problem is we're not teaching enough if it's already on here.
Okay,
To begin with, taking something off, just simply, we're just in a rut.
okay,
in my opinion. So I don't want to take anything off, I'd like to get it taught. How about that?
Sounds good.
Yes, we can vote. So we do have a motion to approve as submitted the 2022 list. Commissioner Sparks, all in favor of that motion, signify by aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners, and we will work up the learning objectives for the mandatory, for the required agency topic, and we will plan to present a draft of those learning objectives at our next meeting.
I would thank you very much for that and greatly look forward to it, as much detail as possible, please. We will give as little, deviation as we can. How about that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's go to number 6 on our itinerary. Number 6 is upcoming events and travel.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have some travel coming up, some real life travel. Taking those big metal tubes that go in the sky. Real exciting. So of course, the first thing coming up is, which I think is, I say all of that to say the first thing chronologically is the virtual NAR mid-year meetings, which I believe are beginning today. And then we'll have in mid-June, the ARA June leadership meetings in Hot Springs. And then at the end of June, early July, we'll have the Arello mid-year meeting in San Antonio. That is June 30th through July 3rd. Registration has already opened for the Arello mid-year meeting. So those of you who would like to attend, if you need help registering, certainly let Sandy know, and she can help you with registration. I'm not sure exactly what the room block looks like at the hotel. I should know because I'm on the program committee. So I apologize, but I would encourage you, if you're going to attend, to go ahead and make your hotel reservation just to make sure that you can get into the room block. I want to say we probably set a conservative number of rooms in the block, and while I would love for us to be surprised by how many people attend the mid-year in person, I don't want that surprise to be in the form of one of you not being able to get into the room block. So but that information is on the Arello events page. If you need a link to it to register under the Arello room block, just let me know and we can make sure you get that.
So let me ask that question. Are we registering ourselves and then?
We can pay, like, we can handle your conference registration at the staff level, and then on your hotel reservations, we can either help you with making those, or we can send you the link and you can make those on your own.
That was just maybe talking about the conference registration.
Right, yes, we'll handle the conference registration.
And then one question on the ARA's June leadership meetings, Hot Springs. That is that virtual or is this in person? In person.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the 14th through the 16th in Hot Springs.
13th to 15th.
I've got the 13th through the 15th, but I can double check and make sure.
So let's, okay, so now that we have that, let's see, how about, let's go up to mid-year at San Antonio, June 30th through July 3rd.
Mhm.
I'm planning on going. Who else is planning on going? Bobby?
I'm here.
Suzanne? You going? Great. So we have a full boat, Sandy.
I'll follow up and just send everyone the links and information, and that way we can, I can take care of it.
Great, Commissioners, thank you very much. And then also, did we discuss today the September, you'll discuss, we have Orlando for Arello in September.
Sure, yes, we do. We have the Arello Annual Conference in Orlando, and that is September 15th through the 18th, although I think maybe now it's extended through the 19th. So we're, as far as I know, we're moving ahead with plans for that as well. I'm not sure if we'll have any hybrid virtual options for that meeting. There are some some hybrid virtual options for our mid-year meeting, but that is where hotels are making their money right now.
Really?
So we're not able to offer the full meeting, both virtual and in person, because the cost is just exorbitant. But there are going to be some of the key committee meetings and some of the key sessions that will be offered via Zoom or by some other live stream platform. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing that at annual or not. I think it will all just depend on where we are at that point. And I also wanted to mention that with Chairman Moore's blessing and Secretary Bassett's approval, I will be attending the ARDA conference, the American Resort Developers Association in Orlando in June. They have a state regulators meeting at all of their conferences where they invite state regulators to come and share about what's happening in each of their jurisdictions with timeshare. I've attended that meeting a couple of times, but Gary went to it more frequently than I did. However, with the passage of Act 733 this year, I thought it would be a good idea to go and let the association know what's happening in Arkansas with timeshare resale. And they have also asked me to meet with their legislative committee and brief the committee on that piece of legislation. So I will be traveling there in June, the day after our June meeting, which may end up being a 2-day meeting, which would mean on the second day of the meeting, you all don't have to deal with me, because I will be on a plane. So, but we'll have more information for you on the details of the June meeting soon. So, but I wanted to let you all know that I'll be making that trip to represent us at ARDA. So.
Well, I appreciate it, Director Elford calling me. We discussed it. I thought it was a crucial year for her to go with our new act, and we could potentially get the news out, let the information spread among the timeshare world about our act in Arkansas about protecting consumers, and we might save someone the headache of a negative experience with Bloom. But just they might decide not to have some back from them. That might be a good thing, right? Maybe we would protect the public with that. So a good year to do so. We've had good action on that. Any other comments or questions related to travel?
Yeah, just a quick question, Director Alford, because I just looked, I don't have it in my phone. Is the September meeting of Corella, does that conflict with ARA this year?
It does not, thankfully. The ARA dates are September 27th through 29th.
Really?
So.
I know in years past, it's been a conflict, so.
Yeah, I'll take credit for that since Doyle couldn't pull that off. You should pass that on to him. You ain't tried forever to keep Corella from being a conflict.
Yeah.
I did.
You're the man.
It's on record.
I'll make sure he knows the big deal we made out of that.
Super, thank you. All right, number 7, staff updates. So.
Do we have any staff updates?
No.
At this point, we don't.
Yes.
That's
good.
It is actually, that is good. We are still hiring for our vacant investigator position, and we are looking for an admin too, to replace Lakeisha as she promoted internally to become the investigations admin. And then of course, most of you know that I have been assisting the department with the Arkansas Abstractors Board, and I am helping them fill a part-time position that will support the Abstractors Board. So if any of you know someone in Central Arkansas who is looking for a part-time position, please feel free to send them our way. It's a great office, great staff to work with. They'll actually be here in our building with us. So that's that's one of the things that we're working on as well. And I believe that's all we have on staff updates for now.
Very good. Number 8 is department reports.
Commissioners, you will find in your binder, and those non-commissioner attending to the meeting will find those on your table rather than in your binder. We ran those first thing this morning, so they are hot off the press. As of this morning, we had 14,504 licensees, which is 716 more than we had at the same time last year. Our active licensee number has gone up and our inactive licensee number has gone down. But we did increase by 716 over this time last year. On the second page where we compare just the month going back multiple years, this is a pretty significant increase over previous Mays. And with the exception of 2019, we've seen a steady increase since 2015.
Commissioners, we are continuing to see record numbers of new applicants. In March, we processed over 400 applications. In April, we received over 400 applications. We are still working to process those because, again, that we have one staff position that processes those applications, and we've been, shuffling some of those duties throughout the last year because we had some folks working remote. But as we are returning to normal-ish with our remote employees returning on site, we're also going to be looking at how to streamline some parts of that process. I think we all know that at some point those numbers are going to level off and then drop. It's just hard to know when exactly that will happen, and if there will be a precipitating event, or if it will be more of a gradual decline. But for now, it is mind-blowing how many we're receiving.
I think we kind of watch the market,
Right.
because the market's not going to stay like it is.
Right.
When the market starts going down, then we can see those numbers go down too.
I agree.
Well, again, staff has done a very good job, particularly in this time of COVID and not necessarily somebody working from home and different things. Thank you for all your efforts. It would appear that we are pretty much coming back here full time. Is that correct?
Yes, the governor mandated that all remote employees return to on-site work by May 17th. So within 2 weeks, we'll have everyone back on-site full-time.
Okay, so commissioners, any other comments or questions related to that report? And Bill, thank you for that. So we'll continue on with complaints.
So you will see the investigation report looks a little bit different this month. We have rearranged the report a little and put some additional numbers on that report. We may continue to flex this to help you all see a clear picture of what we have pending and what we've been working on. But we wanted to reduce the amount of information that you have to look through and kind of hit the high points. We do currently have 99 cases, complaint cases actively in process and 16 that are awaiting response. We also have 44 applicants that are in process. This year, we have completed a total of 24 complaints so far, and a total of 67 applicant cases have been completed. I also included a breakdown of current status, we have 2 complaint cases where we have recommended a hearing, and we are waiting. Once a case is recommended hearing, that comes to me for review, and then it goes to Andrea for review, and she makes a determination about the next step. That's the same case with consent orders and also with dismissals or approvals. I did group dismissals and approvals together. One is for complaint cases, the other is for applicants, because those both mean that essentially the process is complete unless there's an appeal. We did dismiss 10 cases in April, and we completed and approved 10 applicants in April. At the bottom of the page, you will see that our total for complaints received in 2021 is 20 so far, with a monthly average of 5 per month. Right now, we have 2 formal hearings we are planning for June, and we also have the potential for some applicants along with that.
So we're on course for 2 formal hearings for June. at this time.
Yes,
And one for July.
yes, we have.
One for July. Good.
I mean, so far.
Right.
Yeah, so far. Good. All right. Questions, comments, Commissioner?
You will also see the dismissal report, which shows you the cases that we have dismissed since the last report, the complaint issue, and a basic synopsis of that particular case. And I apologize, there were a couple of cases that were dismissed in March that were not included in last month's packet, so they are included in this month's dismissal report.
Questions or comments, Commissioner?
I'd like to read these synopsis of the complaints that were dismissed, because it gives a good indication on what's going on out there.
Very good.
It does.
Yes, sir.
So, do we need a motion on that? We don't, we do not.
That's it.
All right, let's go ahead and try to get one more, and then we'll have a call so that we prepare for our 10 o'clock. Is that okay? So let's pick up, one more report. Education report, let's try to get it in.
Hello, good morning, Commissioners.
There she is. Yeah,
This will be short.
I lost you. Yeah, I lost you. All right, Courtney, go right ahead.
All right, so the new licenses for instructor and school licenses are now closed. You've seen these figures before and the deadlines as well, but they're there for you again. We've got a couple numbers at the bottom to note. We have 36 schools and 73 instructors who have successfully renewed their 2021-2022 license year. And I do have 10 instructors and 2 schools that, as of Thursday, had not submitted any renewal paperwork. So the way that it's set up is no renewals are to be accepted after April the 30th. So if they wanted to obtain their license, or I guess it's not a way to keep it current after April 30th, but they would essentially have to reapply at this point. That's basically it.
So you have had no specific contact, but you're assuming they just closed those schools, is that correct?
They have been notified prior to April 30th that the deadline is coming up. Here's your fees. I have not received anything, and heard from some of them who very specifically said I'm not renewing. The other ones, I just assume that they are not interested in renewing because I haven't heard from them.
Okay. And then of the 36 schools and 73 instructors, is that a net increase or decrease?
I'd say it's a little bit more. There were a couple of new schools last year and a few new instructors. I can get you the specific numbers if you need it, but it is slightly higher than it has been in the past.
I'd be interested in that if you would, thank you. Just see if that's a net up or down.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioners, comments or questions on the education?
At one time, we were doing, surveys. Are we still doing those?
In regards to the retreats, or the only surveys that did go out were after retreats, and basically just trying to get feedback from those instructors on the good and the bad about the retreats or any other event that was commission mandated. Are you referring to any other surveys that I may not
I
have?
thought you were sending out some surveys to, you got some surveys from students.
There is a active post-license survey that still is receiving feedback. I have not been very active in actively soliciting feedback, but that's the only other survey that's active right now.
Okay. And the other question I've got is, are we able to keep up with pass-fail rates, Zoom versus live?
I do not believe there is a way to accurately capture that information. Is there anything you'd like to add, or Andrea?
Not without surveying students individually. It's not built into any of the data that we collect.
Anything else? Go ahead.
Is there a way that we could have the schools send a survey, have the students complete a survey, and then send that with the certificate so that we can see what the licensees are getting out of the classes? Would that be too labor intensive, time consuming?
We've discussed that. One of the issues that we run into with the school administering the survey is, I know when I go to Kroger and I get a receipt that says you've qualified for a survey, they'll circle it with a highlighter and say, I'd appreciate all fives, or, I'd love it if you gave me 5 stars. And I don't want to say that all of our educators would take that approach, but our concern has been that the educators would attempt to influence the surveys, or that the students would feel some sort of pressure to give specific responses when they're not submitting the surveys anonymously. So that's been part of the issue there. Am I missing anything on that?
In terms of most of the education, the schools are actually, for continuing education, the schools report through an online portal. They don't submit certificates to us. And then for post-license and pre-license, the students are actually responsible for reporting that themselves. So we don't necessarily receive regular packets of information, hard paper copies of information. We have looked at providing the schools with a link of some kind that they could have the students complete a survey electronically, but not something where they would actually submit a paper survey to us.
I will say to all of these points, the post-license survey does come directly from me. The results come directly to me. It is voluntary, and so the way that I've done it in the past is if someone submits their post-license certificate to me via email, I'll say, thank you for this. If you don't mind, here's a brief survey, if you don't mind filling it out, or a brief, I don't call it a survey, but it's essentially a feedback form. And so I've gotten a lot of response to that. I can update my responses in order to kind of revive that, but that survey does come directly to me, and I encourage as much candid responses as possible.
Have we seen any change or significant change in our pass fail rates over the last year? Going into COVID and being remote, I know most we started out with Zoom. Has that changed our pass fail rates at all?
You know, it's been a minute since I looked at the actual data with Pearson VUE, but I have looked at the percentage of licensees who are, or percentage of candidates who are getting licensed against the percentage of applicants. And we have seen a slight uptick in the number of candidates who actually go on to pass the test and get licensed. How much of that is attributed to the pass fail rates, I'm not sure, but we could certainly get that data for you and give you an update at the next meeting.
I think it would be kind of a good indicator.
So commissioners, I think it's a good amount of questions and thank you both for, how about we hit a pause button on that report, before we give you a little time possibly to see if you can answer some of these questions, dig into a little bit for us as we pursue through the day. When we start back our business meeting this afternoon, we'll start back on that topic, if that's all right. Maybe you'll have time to research it for us. Commissioners, is that all right with you? So let's, at this moment, we'll recess to take back up. We'll do it at 10 after 10. I believe our 10 is here.
Yes.
Now we give 10 minutes to set up. We'll offer it.
That was a very good way of saying the box.
Courtney, you did not hear me say that, did you?
That's not what I
No,
heard.
you didn't say it, right?
That's not what I heard.
You didn't say that.
You can, I don't know that you can, but you can certainly send that to
No,
her.
that's what I said.
Good morning, Tim. How are you doing? So yesterday, the women's played Church in Wildwood. Yeah. For the auditory, it is stuck in my head and I'm
Very good.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Is that your team? What do you do, six months? Oh. What we do, I can just stand up. Oh, you did? Yeah, okay. That's good enough, that's good enough.
You better get that. So it costs
They don't walk around. Yeah, I know. She said my daughter, she saw a fly buzzing around last night and started running. Oh, it was, it's good. I'm just, before people.
I just gave a quick down to the applicant that Mr. Walker was gonna recuse and testify that I'll be asking her questions, so.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and have him, right at the beginning of our services, and hear that so-so.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'll have it, that way he's not sitting up there.
And he wants you to do that, yeah, he wants it done that way. He doesn't want to have any appearance of impropriety whatsoever, so. He's very, I think that would please him.
Thank you.
Sure. Oh my gosh, these allergies.
Mhm. Yes.
I have to say, wearing a mask does help until my mask gets full of Tiffany, good morning, how are you? Good to see you. Good. Oh my goodness, yes. I just, when I flipped my calendar over, it said allergy shots, I'm due for an allergy shot, that's probably another reason I got the sneezes today.
Now is not the time to have allergies.
Pardon me?
Now is not the time to have allergies. People look at you so funny. And you sneeze, yeah.
I actually had just a regular checkup with my PCP back in March. And I said, okay, allergy season's coming up. I do get allergy injections. Can I also take my Zyrtec? And he was like, oh yeah, don't worry about that. Load up. So I'm surprised I'm not like peeing off the walls.
I got in my car last week from the office and we outside of the parking lot, and it's white, and it's literally green, the green.
It's crazy, isn't it? I got in my car, I feel lucky I have covered parking at, on the office, I'm parking the parking deck.
He's on his,
And,
patiently already this morning.
but I was walking to my car the other day, and it was the filthiest car on the deck, and I thought, I drove home and I drove through the car wash on the way.
There's some people that trees, you know, where we all know the pine trees are the worst.
No.
Sad, that pine pollen, yeah.
From the cones,
Tiffany.
I said they're terrible.
Right,
Yeah.
Tiffany? Got it.
Tiffany Harris?
Are there any more?
So, one time, we were in Fort Smith. We were on the road. We were captured. Hearings, and I was the chair. Bob, we had a break out of this. We had a gallery full. In the old days, we will a lot of times, a lot. So it's gallery completely full. Bob comes walking in, and in my best bailiff voice, all right. And I mean, everybody, it's like, no, I was just kidding. All right, I mean, anything, oh, God.
And we were in the courthouse.
Oh, yeah, we were in the courthouse. I mean, they stress, no, it's Bob. Get up for Bob.
Yes, Mr. Walker, here, do you want to sit here?
All right.
Well, I know now we'll be able to jump that.
Oh, don't say.
That was my favorite saying.
Oh, yeah. And you got that old big voice, you can do it too.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Mr. Walker, you can sit here when your
Okay, thank you.
time comes.
Now, listen, Donna, you're gonna read in this time, correct? The script part? All right.
And I bring something that you want to put in there, just feel free to say something.
Yes, ma'am. Will.
We'll give him the motions to add.
Good morning, you Miss Conley?
Yes, sir, good morning.
Now, good morning, Miss Conley, and so when you see this little thing happen back here in this corner right now, that means we may not start until that breaks up. I have no idea what that is.
And we don't want that.
No, it wouldn't tell us if we asked, so. Garrett, I'm looking at you. Are you ready for us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I have the time is now 10:10, and so we will formally come back on the record in the case of the matter of Miss Tiffany Conley. So Miss Conley, today I'm going to take a moment to introduce you to some of the folks who are going to participate in today's proceedings. Okay?
Okay.
My name is Tony Moore. I am the chairman of the commission. I'm from Russellville, and I'm an industry guy. To my right here, Mr. Suzette Sparks. Ms. Sparks is also an industry member, and she is for Rogers. To her right is Bob Walker. Bob is the vice chairman. Commissioner Walker also is an industry member. He comes from Jacksonville. Back to my left here is Dee Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb is a consumer member, and she's from Pine Bluff. Out this way and out of sync. Now, normally say I would have Ms. Garrett over here. But now they switched chairs on me. So Kamisha Marks is the investigator. She's here. Heather Garrett is back there. She's the senior representative here at the commission. Beside her, Odell Ward, who is the senior investigator. Julie Chavis is at this table, and she's from the Attorney General's office. She represents the commission here today. Back in the back of the room, and I've got to make sure I get her name right, Melissa Goff. Melissa is right there, next to our executive director, Andrea Alford, that's beside her. As we come back up this way, Miss Tiffany Harrison, is the court reporter, Donna Lipsmeyer, and she's our hearing officer, and I'll turn it over to her this time.
Thank you, Chair. Moore. Good morning. As the chair mentioned, my name is Donna Lipsmeyer, and I will be serving as the hearing officer today. That means I'm not a decision maker, but I am here to ensure that there's an orderly conduct of this hearing. This includes ruling out any kind of objections there may be, or cautioning the parties if necessary. It's approximately, like the chair said, about 10:10 on May 3rd, 2021. We are beginning a salesman applicant request for waiver under Arkansas Code Annotated Section 1742, 315F, as provided under Arkansas Code Annotated Section 1742, 315G. Ms. Tiffany L. Conley, as specified in the order and notice of hearing, the formal hearing number FH3689. For the record, Ms. Conley, are you here today?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Are you represented by counsel today? Ms. Conley, you can remove your mask if you like, with social distancing, but it's up to you. Would you feel comfortable? The microphone, if you're speaking directly into it, when you respond, and respond, affirmatively, since this is being recorded. Is the button turned on now? Okay. So Ms. Conley, are you here, please?
Yes, I'm here.
And you're not represented by counsel today, correct?
No, I am not.
Okay, did you receive a copy of the order of notice of hearing for today?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Are you prepared to proceed today in this hearing?
Yes, I'm prepared.
Thank you. For the record, Assistant Attorney General Judy Chavis, please identify yourself and that you will be representing the agency in this hearing today.
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Ms. Chavis, are you prepared and ready to proceed today?
I am.
Thank you. Before we go any further in this hearing, I think there may be some issues that the Vice Chair would like to mention.
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself in this particular hearing. Ms. Conley actually is planning on coming to work for my firm, so I am going to step down, but I'll also be glad to testify also.
Please let the record reflect that Vice Chair Mr. Walker will be recusing himself, and actually he's stepping away from the commission at this time and will be testifying later on. Before we start the case presentations today, I'd like to go over some general information about this hearing. Normally, a lot of people have never participated in one, so I want to kind of give you an overview to kind of make you feel a little bit more comfortable knowledge about what will happen today.
Mr. Meyer, if I can jump back in, one thing I failed to do, and my apologies to everyone, is that I did not recognize Commissioner Prunty, who is coming to us on Zoom today. And so if you were to hear another voice, that is Commissioner Prunty. She's from Jonesboro and a consumer member. I wanted to make sure that you recognize she was with us, although virtually. Thank you for that amendment. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Chair. First, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission will make its decision solely on the information and evidence presented today. So if you gave something to the real estate staff, it is still your responsibility to make sure that the information is presented today, because they're just going to consider the testimony and written documents that are submitted at this time. Likewise, that the commission will only consider again what was being presented today by you in the agency. Also, this hearing is subject to provisions under two separate laws, and I want to go ahead and give that information out to you too. The Arkansas Freedom of Information Act and what's called the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. A few of the provisions that are included in this hearing today relate to that this is an open hearing. So that means that anybody in the public can come in and listen. The only times that this is not going to be recorded is when the commission goes into recess or we take a break during the day, and we will signal when we're off the record. Another provision is that this hearing will be recorded. So we talked about that a little bit. If you can speak up into the microphone to make sure that the court reporter can hear us. Also, be sure to respond verbally, because the court reporter can obviously hear you, just not ahead. Do you have any questions about the microphone or any other systems that you might need with it?
No, thank you.
Okay, because you can move it up and you can adjust it up and down, just wherever you feel comfortable and it's more effective for you. And the last provision that I want to mention, that this is an informal hearing. It's not as structured as strict rules of evidence don't apply like they would in a court of law. So it's a little bit more relaxed, and also the type of evidence that you probably heard on TV, like it's hearsay. We will admit hearsay evidence. However, the commission will temper that based on that it is hearsay. Or undocumented evidence, like maybe you have some reference letters that are not certified copies, and we can accept those. Also into the record. Now I'd like to kind of go over the general flow of the hearing. Initially, what we're going to do is swear in or affirm the witnesses in for both parties. Then we will allow opening statements. Opening statements basically give you an opportunity to kind of give a brief statement or overview of or preview of your case that you will be presenting today. You will have that opportunity, as so will the agency's attorney have that opportunity. However, it's not required. You can waive it. It's especially in cases like this where you're kind of representing yourself, it tends to be repetitive of what you're going to say anyway, but and that's okay. So when we get to that point, you know, you'll be able to make a statement or not make a statement. Also, normally you would carry what's called the burden of proof to prove more likely than not that you should be granted a waiver. And in that instance, you would normally present your case first. However, because of the type of hearing this is and you don't have representation, it makes for a more efficient and probably more understandable hearing as far as the evidence for the agency to present first. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Jacobs if she was to go ahead and proceed first today. She would mind doing that.
I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Colley, do you have any objection to that?
No, I do not.
Okay. You still carry the burden of proof, however, the presentation will be on the Attorney General's office. After the opportunity for opening statements, then we're going to go into basically whether or not you have any question, whether the agency will proceed first, and you'll have an opportunity to question their witnesses. And after they have, and they're going to submit exhibits, you will have the opportunity to object to any of those exhibits also, to raise an objection to any of those. After the agency has presented its case in chief, then it will turn over to you to present your case. Any kind of further evidence or testimony that you would like to present. The agency and or the commissioners, of course, can ask questions of you. Now, do you have, at the end of that, then we're going to go to what's called closing statements, and that's where you have the opportunity to summarize basically what you have presented today, and it's kind of a last attempt or to plead to the commissioners that you should be granted a waiver. And then after that time, when the commission goes into deliberations, again, that's on the record, however, it's not recorded at that time. Well, it's not recorded, and they're in deliberations, so we stop recording and so on. Then they come back out of recess, and they will initiate a motion with their decision of what they're going to choose to do today. And do you have any general questions about how we will proceed today?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. So at this time, anybody who will be testifying today or possibly testifying today, please stand. Ms. Conley, yes, you will. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please respond, I do.
I do.
Okay, before being seated, look at the record to indicate that Ms. Conley has been sworn in. You may be seated. Mr. Walker has been sworn in. And I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
I'm Vanessa Conley.
Vanessa Conley has been sworn in. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, at this time, we will go into opening statements. Would either party like to make an opening statement?
I have, before we get to opening statements, I have some exhibits I'd like to be admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
They are numbered A and B and 1, 2, 3, 4. If they could be, I believe Ms. Conley's already seen these exhibits. If she has no objection, I'd like them to be entered into the record and published to the commissioners. And then if we could take a brief recess for them to review the exhibits.
Ms. Conley, have you had an opportunity to review agency exhibit A, B, 1 through 4?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to review those.
Do you have any objection to that information being presented to the commission?
No, I do not.
Okay. Accordingly, we will go ahead and publish that into the record. Agency exhibit A, B, 1 through 4. Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to a brief recess to allow the commission an opportunity to review that information. Thank you. Ms. Conley? I'm sorry, did you have any exhibits also? Or
No.
are they included in?
They're included.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Meyer, we're ready.
I'm sorry, we're back on the record. It's approximately 10:26. And, we're gonna go ahead and allow the agency to do an open statement of the box.
Thank you. I'd like to waive opening statements and just go ahead and start asking Ms. Conley some questions.
Ms. Conley, would you like to do an opening statement?
Yes, so good morning, my name is Tiffany Conley. I just wanted to first start by saying that, thank you all for allowing me to have this platform in order to, request the waiver. And then I'll go ahead and ready to proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, would you like to speak?
Please state your name and address, Ms. Conley.
My name is Tiffany L. Conley, address is 5008 Allen Street, North Little Rock, Arkansas, zip code 72118.
And you're here today to request a waiver to be licensed as a real estate salesperson, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you submitted your application back to the commission back in January of this year. And on your application, you disclosed that you have been convicted of a crime other than a traffic violation, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your application reflected that on or about March 15th of 2017, which is now a little over 4 years ago, you pled guilty to one count of Arkansas Code Annotated Section 5-26-304, which is a misdemeanor domestic battery, third degree, Class A misdemeanor in Pulaski County Circuit Court. Is all of that information correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And could you please explain to the commissioners what led to you picking up that charge?
The circumstances that led to me getting that charge, I was disciplining my son, he got a spanking, and by the other parent, I was reported as being an abuser of my son. And in conclusion, after 2 years of this going on, I went ahead and pleaded guilty to the misdemeanor charge.
So you were accused by your child's parent, his father, of after you spanked him. And so you picked up this charge and you pled guilty, and you were sentenced to 12 months of probation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you successfully complete your 12 months of probation on time?
Yes, I did.
And what were the requirements of your probation? Did you have to report to a probation officer on a monthly basis?
Yes, I did report to a probation officer.
Okay. And did you have any other requirements other than reporting to your probation officer monthly?
Yes, I had to do random drug screenings. I also had to attend parenting classes as well as anger management classes, which are also successfully completed, as well as pay a fine.
Okay. And so is your testimony today that you successfully reported every month of your probation, you completed an anger management course, you completed parenting classes, and you also paid all fines and fees that were associated with your conviction?
Yes, that is correct.
And you did all of that within that 12-month period?
Yes, I did.
And you haven't picked up any other charges?
No, I have not.
And you had no other charges prior to that?
No, I have not.
And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work?
For the last 3 years, I've been employed with UAMS, the Myeloma Cancer Institute.
Okay, and what do you do at the UAMS Myeloma Cancer Institute?
So I'm an access staff. I work with all of the cancer patients, making sure that I schedule their best tests and all of those things. So I also work under about 6 doctors, and I follow all the regions that are used.
Okay.
By those doctors.
And you've been there for 3 years?
Yes, I have.
And where did you work prior to that?
Prior to that, I worked in a hotel, and before that, for about a year, and then before that, I had a 6-year career in banking, where I was a universal banker.
Okay, and where did you work in banking?
I worked for US Bank for 5 years, and I worked for Regions Bank for 2 years.
So you've had a fairly steady employment history for the last several years.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I understand that you already, if you are granted the waiver today, that you already have an employer lined up?
Yes, I do.
And where is that?
Coldwell Banker, North Carolina.
And are you familiar with Vice Chairman Walker?
Yes,
Okay. And have you met with him about working at Coldwell Banker?
yes, I have.
Okay. And is it your understanding that he would be your principal broker if you went to work there?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I believe, excuse me, you have several references that are behind tab number 4. And you have one from Keosha Martin. And how do you know Keosha Martin?
She is a coworker of mine.
A coworker at UAMS?
Yes.
And I believe it states that you have been co-workers for 2 years.
Yes.
And then you also have one from Shayna Hahn,
Yes, that's correct.
and she is also a co-worker the last 3 years.
Yes, that's correct.
And is there anything else that you would like to tell the commission? Have I left anything out that you think is important, or is there anything else that you would like to add to your testimony?
I would just like to say, I'm here today not to request any sympathy, but to initially just stand up for what has been done, and to say that I am not the same person that I was, and I also am looking forward to moving forward in a new career so that I am able to proceed with taking care of my children.
Thank you. That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Commissioners? Thank you.
Mr. Quentin? Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Conlon, this is your opportunity now to present your case. With your witnesses and any other further documents that you may have.
I actually was going to call Commissioner Walker and ask him some questions.
I thought you were through. Okay, I'm sorry.
Just with this witness.
Mr. Walker, you're here in your capacity as your personal, you're here as personal capacity, to it. Not as a commission.
Please state your name.
Bob Walker,
And Mr. Walker, where are you employed?
Colonel Becker, RPM Group, North Carolina.
And you know Ms. Connolly?
I do.
And have you interviewed her in your capacity as a principal broker at Coldwell Banker?
I have.
And is it your testimony today that you would be willing to take her on at your firm and supervise her activities?
Absolutely.
And is there anything else that you would like to say on Ms. Connolly's behalf?
Well, I'll just say that during my interview with Ms. Conley, and she was on the phone prior to my presentation with me about a situation. So I kind of went in depth, or tried to go in depth with her on exactly what happened. I may have been a little uncomfortable to start with. And after the explanation that she gave of all the events that transpired, I was fine with that. Knowing that Ms. Conley is employed right now, we also talked about an exit strategy. So we were already looking down the line.
It sounds like you've already established a rapport with her.
Yes.
And you've already even begun to advise her in some capacity.
Trying to.
Great. Is there anything else that you'd like to tell the commissioners?
I think I'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Collins, do you have any questions?
No, I do not.
Does the commission have any questions?
I've waited for a long time to come Walker on this official record. So just take a chair, just take an easy chair here, and let me ask a lot of questions. Mr. Walker, how old are you? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker. No, I have nothing but positive things to say about Mr. Walker.
Does Ms. Franklin have any?
I do not.
Thank you. Do you have any other witnesses?
I do not, and I would just like to make a closing statement at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Conley, it's your turn, your opportunity.
Yes, I would just like to call my mom of the nail company to speak.
Ms. Conley? You just say your name is Conley, so you may come up here to this table just say. Ms. Dillon, is that microphone turned on?
It is now. You can come on up and down.
If you want to adjust your microphone, probably a little bit too high. You can move it forward if you like. Okay. You?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, Ms. Conley, if you will, just go ahead and say the things that you'd like to say with regards to my character.
Well, she's my daughter, of course, and I look at her as a very good mother. She's there for the kids' school, she's there for them for everything they need, even when they don't need it, she's there for them. Good mom, she makes sure that they're finding good caretakers, not just any caretakers.
So, Ms. Conley, what would you say about my character as a person? Like, how do I interact with others?
Very well. If it's a situation like if somebody's sick, you do all you can, get there, to be there for them, all out ways, make sure they have the medication, and make sure that they're taking care of very well.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Conley. No further questions.
I have a question. Ms. Connolly, how would you describe your daughter's work ethic?
Very well, very neat. She has a computer at the house and she got papers lined up. Everybody knows not to basically show stuff. Down to a 10. That's off guard.
So you say she's dependable and punctual,
Yes, she is.
organized, and takes her job seriously.
Yes, she does, times that I got sick and she stayed way out and still calling the ambulance, you know, I called her and I don't know how she got there so fast, but she got there and she cleaned up everything, she took care of me, got me to the hospital and went back, to the house and cleaned, but $20 and make sure I did it.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Ms. Conley, did she get all those good traits from you?
She's very organized and she makes sure down to, my grandkids that she can get organized as far as getting to school, how to get to work and how to, trying to establish getting apartments, you know, trying to get them going in high school, college now, but, you know, I don't know, she's more organized. And that's down to each family member, down to her sister, her brother, and of course, me. You know, 'cause I have some disability situation. She makes sure she calls me every day, she doesn't drive by.
Does Commissioner Percy have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And this witness be excused? Okay. You can remain there, I don't think there's any other witnesses, so you can remain there if you want. At this time, we're going to do what's called closing arguments, we talked about that a little bit before. And it's just a brief summary of the evidence that you presented today and how that should convince the commission to go in your favor to grant one. Would you like to do a closing statement, Ms. Conlon?
Yes, I would just like to say once again, thank you to everyone for taking the time to hear me out, and I appreciate the consideration either way it goes. Thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Commissioners, as I always do at the conclusion of these hearings, I would like to refer you to the exhibit behind tab A, that's the order and notice of the hearing. I would respectfully request that during your deliberations that you find findings of fact 1 through 3 are true, that the conclusion of law has been proven when you make your order. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the commission will go into recess, assemble for their deliberations. The hearing will reconvene after they have made a decision in that matter. So you're welcome to stay in the room, and we'll come back on the record with everything. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You will only be able to see through that.
I'm not sure that.
Okay.
Okay, there you are.
Yeah.
These we have a motion to approve. You okay with that? You said-
Yes.
It's approximately 10:45 on Monday, May 3rd, 2021. It's going backwards here. And we are now on the record after recessing the commission's deliberations. Does the chair wish to make a statement or a motion at this time?
Good, Commissioner Holcomb.
Would the hearing officer please read? I will, thank you. Commissioner Holcomb's motion with regard to issue of facts and law as found in the order of notice of hearing is as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs 1 through 3 of the notice of hearing. The commission finds proven the issue of law set out in paragraph 1 of the order of notice of hearing. Furthermore, based on these findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined to grant the waiver to Arkansas Code Section 1742-315F as provided in the Arkansas Code Annotated Section 1742-315G and allow a salesman license to be issued to Ms. Conley. This decision is based on the condition that Ms. Conley will be on probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure from the date of initial license. And Ms. Conley's principal broker is to be notified of the probationary period and the reasons thereof. If Ms. Conley changes firms or the principal broker of the firm changes, Ms. Conley will notify the new principal broker of the conditions of this probation and the reasons thereof. Ms. Conley's new principal broker will also notify the commissioner, executive director in writing that they are aware of the conditions placed on her license. At this time, I'm going to, Commissioner Holcomb, have I correctly stated the question? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. At this time, each commissioner will verbally and publicly state their vote for the record.
Commissioners, you've heard the motion. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
I will let the record indicate that all 4 commissioners have approved this motion. And I will say that the commission decision will be reduced to writing and started or considered by the all parties involved. As an appeal of this decision can be made in accordance with the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is Arkansas Code Annotated Section 25, etc. All questions should now be directed to the Arkansas Real Estate Commission Executive Director, Andrea Alford. Do any of the commissioners wish to make a statement at this time?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. So, congratulations, Ms. Conley.
Thank you so much.
And you have, I will tell you that that is one excellent gentleman that you will be working with. I would advise you, however, to recognize that his kindness and goodness is not weakness. It's not weakness. And if you do not listen to him, he will have a zero tolerance policy, because as commissioners, we have this high bar. And he's done you a great service today by being here to represent you. He stepped from here to there, which is a very unique situation for someone up here to do. Yet he was willing to do that for you. But I would admonish you that that step of faith by him should be highly appreciated, well served, and not taken advantage of, because I know him well enough to say it will be a zero policy, zero tolerance, okay? So congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other comments? At this time, the hearing concluded and the record is closed. Good luck to Ms. Conley.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We will stay with our 11 o'clock, we'll break until 11, so that we have time. Okay? the computer screen there, Mr. Ward is the senior investigator with the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. Julie Chavis is there next to you. Ms. Chavis is the representative of the commission from the Attorney General's office. In the back of the room, we have Melissa Goff, and she's the deputy director. Beside Ms. Goff is the executive director, Ms. Andrea Offer. Heather Garrett is right up here, senior staff member for the commission. Miss Tiffany Harrison is right here. She's our court reporter. And Donna Lipsmeyer up here at the front is our hearing officer, and we'll turn it over to Donna. Right.
Thank you. We're turning my mic on here. Thank you, Commission Chair Moore, and good morning. And as the chair mentioned, my name is Donna Lipsmeyer, and I will be serving as the hearing officer today. And let me make sure that you understand that I am not a decision maker, but I'm the one who makes sure that the hearing flows in an orderly fashion. So if there's any kind of objections, I may rule on those objections. Also, if things get a little bit out of hand, I'll probably step in. Now, if you have any questions, this is an informal hearing, so if you have any questions as we go along, please feel free to ask me, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. It's Monday, May 3rd, 2021, and we are beginning a salesman applicant request for a determination that Ms. Rebecca Ashland Dwyer meets the requirements under Arkansas Code Annotated Section 1742-302 as specified in the order and notice of hearing. Its formal hearing number FH 3687. For the record, Ms. Dwyer, can you please identify yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I'm Rebecca Ashland Dwyer.
Ms. Dwyer, are you represented by counsel today?
I am not.
Also, did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing?
I did.
Thank you. And are you prepared to proceed today?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For the record, Assistant Attorney General Julie Chavis, please identify yourself and that you will be representing the agency in this process.
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
And you're ready to proceed today, too?
I am.
Thank you. Before we start case presentations, I'd like to go over a few general procedural information about this hearing. First, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission will base its decisions solely on the information that's presented today. So, Ms. White, if you have submitted any information to the commission staff, it is your responsibility to make sure that that information is provided to the commission today. Likewise, if you have any other evidence or testimony, documentation, or whatever, you would need to make sure that that is provided today, because the commission will base its decision only on what is provided today by both you and the agency attorney. Thank you. Also, this hearing is subject to a couple of administrative type procedures, actually the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act and the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. I want to go ahead and mention specifically a couple of those provisions that we're dealing with today. First, this hearing is open to the public, including times when the commissioners are in recess in their deliberations to discuss the evidence and testimony presented and to make a decision in that matter. Another provision is that to preserve the record, this hearing is being recorded by a court reporter, and therefore you will need to make sure that you speak up, especially to the microphone, and also that you answer verbally and not just shake your head. Okay. Now, have you been shown how to use the microphone? Or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, it moves. I know when I first started using it, I was like, oh my gosh, it can move. Yes. So you can move it up and you can adjust the height of it. So just make sure that you're comfortable using it and that it's most effective for you in whatever spot you need to use it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I hope you're welcome. And the last provision I want to specifically mention is that this is an informal hearing. So it's not like a court of law where you have to follow the strict rules of evidence. We will accept hearsay evidence and also uncertified copies, and which is unusual as far as a court itself, but this is an administrative hearing. So the commission has the latitude and the flexibility to accept these documents. However, they're going to weigh them differently according to what type of evidence is and credibility of that evidence. So it's not that they just go ahead and accept it as, you know, the highest level of evidence that there is. Given the weighting value will be placed on it by the commission. Now I'd like to kind of outline the general flow of what will happen today and how this proceedings will go. First, witnesses will be sworn or affirmed here. And then the agency and you will be allowed to introduce exhibits or discuss any kind of stipulations or procedural matters that may be an issue at this time. Afterwards, you will be given the opportunity to make what's called an opening statement. You and the agency, but anytime I say you, I mean the agency also will be allowed to make an opening statement. This is where you have opportunity to give a brief statement or summary, which includes a preview of what your case is going to be, that you're going to do today. It's not the whole presentation, but just a synopsis of the presentation today. Okay? And it's not something that's required. You can waive it. It's just whether or not you feel comfortable doing one today, or you think it's going to be enough in your testimony or case presentation. Then after that, we will go into case presentations. And what that means is that you will put on your witnesses and also your documents. Now, we have found that it's somewhat more efficient for the agency to go first in the issues when you don't have a counsel especially. It kind of keeps us a little bit, on track. And you would normally go first in your case presentation. However, again, because you do not have the attorney today, it's probably more efficient for the agency to proceed first. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Chavis if she would like to proceed first. And I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you're okay with that.
I think that's fine, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Chavis, would you?
I'd be happy to expedite the process.
Thank you so much. After the opportunity for an opening statement, then the agency will go into its case presentation, presenting its witnesses and testimony. And you will have an opportunity to cross-question witnesses, and also to raise any kind of objections to their exhibits. Now, after that case has been rested, then you will be able to put on your case in chief, basically put on your witnesses and documents that you both submitted. Any questions so far?
Yeah, thank you.
After case presentations, then we'll go into what's called an opportunity for you to do what's called a closing statement or argument, closing arguments, which basically are going to, again, summarize what you present today that should convince commissioners to rule in your favor. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not required, and it's not necessary that you do them. The opportunity is there. Then the commissioners will go into recess and they will discuss the case and they will come up with a decision. They will issue a motion that will be read and they will vote on that decision that's contained in the motion. After that point, the commission the record is closed. Okay. Also, I want to go ahead and mention that once it's closed and the commission has made its decision, there will be a written document sent out to you relating to that decision too. Okay. So do you have any questions overall? That's kind of like that framework of what we're going to do today.
No, thank you.
Okay. At this time, what we're going to do is anybody who's going to testify today, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please respond, I do.
I do.
Okay. Let the record indicate that Ms. Dwyer has been sworn in. You may be seated. And sir, could you identify yourself?
My name is Robert Dwyer, and I will be acting as your principal broker if this goes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Okay, at this time, let me go ahead and consider if there's any preliminary issues that need to be recognized?
I have one, Ms. Lipsmeyer, if you'll allow me. I'd like to apologize. I failed to acknowledge, Ms. Commissioner Linda Prunty is attending to this by Zoom, and she's from Jonesboro, and that's my second time today of failing to acknowledge her presence, so she will be in all ways participating. I just want to make sure that I clarify that. Okay.
Thank you. Also, let the record indicate that we have all commissioners here, present either by Zoom or in person, and that would be 2 commissioners. Thank you. Okay, at this time, are there any preliminary issues that need to be discussed?
Yes, I have some exhibits that I believe have already been provided to Ms. Dwyer. I would like them to be admitted into the record if she has no objection. They are numbered A, B, and 1, 2, 3, 4. And I would like them to be admitted into the record and published to the commissioners, and then allow them time to review them before we go back on the record and proceed with this hearing.
Thank you. Mr. Dwyer, have you had an opportunity to review all those exhibits?
I have, thank you.
Do you have any objections or questions?
I have.
Okay. At this time, we're going to go ahead and admit agency exhibit A, B, which is B 1, 2, 3, and 4, and into the record. And we're going to go ahead and distribute those to the commissioners for their review. We will go into a recess and off the record, but give them an opportunity to review it. This is the first time they have seen this information. So we will come back on the record and continue when they're reading. So just relax for a few minutes and we'll be back.
Okay, Commissioners, now ready?
Ms. Prunty, are you ready? Commissioner Prunty?
Yes.
Thank you.
Could I just confirm that Commissioner Prunty received the exhibits and has reviewed them?
Commissioner Prunty, can you hear that request, please?
Say that again.
Commissioner Prunty, this is Julie. Did you receive the exhibits? And were you
I
able
did. I
to
did.
review them?
You ready to go, Linda?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's approximately 11:20 on May 3rd, and the hearing is now coming back to order after recessing to allow the commissioners an opportunity to review and view the exhibits. Ms. Dwyer, I failed to ask you if you've got any exhibits other than those contained in the agency submitted.
I don't have any with me. I'm going to more.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No. Let me turn my phone. There we go.
You have a top
Right on it. So, no, I don't have any exhibits with me. If needed, I'm happy to supply more, getting more witness evidence.
Thank you. Okay, does either the agency or you, Ms. Dwyer, want to make an opening statement?
I'm going to waive an opening statement. I'm going to just go into questioning the two witnesses.
Okay, Ms. Dwyer, would you like to make an opening statement?
Oh, okay. Oh, I just want to thank you first for taking the time today. I know informal, but it looks pretty formal and it looks like a lot of work into it. So thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any more questions. I'm a woman in recovery. I work for honesty. It was vital to me that I make sure that you guys are in of everything that's going on. I do very well now. I work for World Services Supply. I'm a nonprofit fundraiser. Lion, and like this is a very good thing. I chose to reactivate my real estate license because wonderful ex-husband owns the property, 10 more properties, and had something unfortunately ever happened to him. I did work actually for many years in business, so it's important that we support each other in that. First and foremost, I love real estate. I love to be back into it. And I think that I exhibited quite a bit of professionalism in the past few years, but I was a sick woman for a while, and I'm very well in full recovery mentor or something similar. That's what I do.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers, your, you may proceed.
Thank you. First of all, Ms. Dwyer, let's have you state your name and address for the record.
Rebecca Ashland Dwyer, 2505 Little Rock, Arkansas.
And you're here today seeking a waiver to be licensed as a real estate salesperson, is that correct? That's correct. And you have held a license in the past?
That's correct.
And when you submitted your application back on November the 12th, 2020, you answered yes to question number 4, which asked you, after the initiation of an investigation, hearing, or other administrative action, have you had a professional, vocational, or occupational license, permit, certificate, or registration denied, revoked, suspended, canceled, surrendered, or subject to any sanctions, including probation? And you answered yes to that correct question.
That's correct.
Okay. And is it your testimony today here under oath that on or about April 9th, 2020, the Arkansas State Board of Education accepted the recommendation of the Professional Standards Board Ethics Subcommittee for a disciplinary action against your teaching license?
They did.
Okay. And there
I
was
was not present.
You were not present. And let me go through this and then we'll go to why you weren't present. The order stated on January 17th, 2020, that the subcommittee unanimously found that by preponderance of the evidence, that violations of standards of the ethics 1, 2, and 8 were substantiated, that they instituted a 2-year suspension of their license, a $500 fine, training, coursework, or rehab treatment with monitored progress. Is all that correct? That's correct. Okay. And would you please explain to the commissioners what led to this action being taken against your teaching license and how you have complied with those orders of the education committee?
Absolutely. So what led to that was simply a failure to be a teacher. There's nothing I can say except that I did not follow good professional behavior while I was in activation. And I can't remember what the standards said specifically, but I was unable to attend on a consistent basis. They were very concerned about alcohol. Very concerned, like Lisa.
Bill, could I ask you to pull that up just a little?
Absolutely. I have gone out of my own head today too because of the allergy. They were concerned, and rightfully so, in my ability to teach and at work on a professional basis at that time. At the time that the case was opened, I was in residential. I was actually in treatment. So I didn't see a lot of this until about January or February when I needed it to my attorney. He worked with my corresponding doctors at Chemical Dependency Unit, which is in Washita Baptist. And unfortunately, by the time they got the documents to them, the commission had already met, and I was not even aware of it. So I've been told by people in the Department of Education since, if I didn't feel it, wait, I'm well, I didn't get a chance to come and stand up for myself and tell you what was going on, that they certainly would have given information a lesser fine, and that they might hold on and meet all of the demands with this, and it's that by all means, shouldn't be a problem based in my license in 2022. Now, I've since found something else that I enjoy doing. I work for a nonprofit, but I will go ahead and do that because it is professional and important to do. So I paid the fine. I have attended the course of rehabilitation treatment program. I've been in outpatient therapy and counseling. At work right now, it's actually sponsored over. So all of those conditions will be met. And leading up to it, it was a COVID year. We were confused, to be honest, on how to go about that. And the day, April 9th, over the day that they met, I did not realize they met. had no idea, I could not find information, my attorney is still appealing this. And I happened to be in Canada, Arkansas, now patient therapy. You know, I got the certified letter a month later, and so wait, what do I do with this?
Well, our commissioners are certainly aware of notice requirements because we have the same notice requirements. So thank you for that explanation. And so as your testimony, you are, your 2-year suspension will be up in 2022, April 22. And so a year from now. And you paid the $500 fine. And you have participated in training, coursework, and rehab treatment with monitored progress.
Yes.
And has all of that been reported to the Board of Education?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I want to correct, with the exception of training, because while I'm on probation, I cannot go through the Department of portal to do the 30-hour training.
as soon as you're
As soon as I'm
able.
able, as soon as I meet with them again, they'll open that portal. It's basically continuing education.
Okay. And you also testified that you are participating actively in AA. You have a sponsor and you also sponsor other people in recovery.
That's correct.
And so you're actively working the steps, you attend regular meetings, you stay in contact with your sponsor, and you stay in contact with your sponsees.
Absolutely. This hearing is actually evidence of that. Honesty is a part of the principles of our criminal affairs. It's very important to get yes on the law.
Okay. And how long have you been clean and sober?
So my sobriety date is September 9th, 2019. We celebrate the year in September, so
About 18 months.
about 18 months.
Okay. And you stated that you were employed at Lion World Services for Blind.
I am. It's no longer Lion, it's World Services for the Blind. It is World Services for the Blind. I work for the foundation. I'm their development associate, but I'm also a Lion.
Okay. And I think you also said you're Rotarian.
Yes, I've been invited to join Rotarian, and I'm in the process of that. I'm also a junior lead, so really trying to be I can represent the community well.
And how long have you been working at World Services?
I began working at World Services for Blind in December 1st.
Okay. And you have Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Robert Dwyer here today.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be asking you some questions in just a second. And he would be acting as your principal broker.
That's
right. And I believe you told me prior to the hearing that he actually took you to inpatient rehab, so he is well aware of the difficulties that you have overcome and that you are continuing to work on.
Yes, he's been a tremendous friend and supporter.
And I'm going to go back to behind tab 4 in the book. You have your personal statement. And then we have a recommendation that has been provided for you by your sponsor.
Yes,
Ms. Lusk. Very good. And do you have a particular home meeting that you regularly attend?
I do. I attend the cosmetology group.
Which is convenient because you live on Durham.
I live on Durham.
And that's where they meet.
They do.
I can say that I used to live on Durham. I grew up in that neighborhood. Okay, so I believe we've covered the circumstances that led to the suspension of your education, your license as a teacher. We have covered the requirements that the Board of Education required you to fulfill. We have covered that you are in active recovery and have a sobriety date of September 9th, 19. Okay. And now I'm going to say I don't have any other questions for Ms. Dwyer, now for Mr. Dwyer.
Okay, the commissioners have questions?
Yes, ma'am, I do. So, This is under exhibit 2, if you'd like to look at it. And not exactly, of course, sure of the Arkansas Department of Education rules and their regulation numbers. I want to be specific, I can under number B. So if you look at findings of fact, and it goes to number B, it says the Ethics Committee received allegation that educators violated the Arkansas Department of Education rules governing code of ethics. What is that? What is that allegation? What happened?
I came to work in an impaired state.
So you were drunk on the job?
I think so.
Okay. And so then under the next one, number C, it says maintains a professional relationship with each student. So is that's another allegation? What happened there?
I couldn't tell you. I wasn't a part of that investigation. I really didn't. I was not a part of anything that happened. So I don't know what the specific allegation was. I'm so sorry.
So you really don't know?
I really don't. I don't because I was a first grade teacher, so I know that it wasn't harming a student. I think it was probably that I was in a neglectful state and I needed to be removed from the classroom.
Okay, and so then let's carry that over to the rest of the charges and allegations. Is there specifics that you can address to, because it says under 2.2, under number E, that there's one, it was in substation violations of standards 1, 2, and 8 in that education driver, and it goes on down, possessed or influenced of alcohol, medication, or other. Can you tell us what those are?
One in particular was possessive. I know that the principal had, and I know this from just asking the security guard that took me home that day. I recall later now what was the accusation. And I know later that I had to submit to my attorney. They had thought I was under the influence of marijuana. Later, blood tests did show that I had not been. So I gone to the hospital and had a blood test.
So there was no.
So there was no substantiated evidence of that, and that is something that my personal attorney is still going to bring up to the Department of Education, PBLS committee.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I have it right. So engaged in inappropriate interaction with students. You do not know what that charge is.
I don't know what that charge is. I'm going to assume it was just being neglectful in the classroom, being probably disoriented. I am just your standard alcoholic. I've never used my same person, but I don't use drugs.
So the next one is about inappropriate disposition. Any statement you'd like to make about that?
This is C.
This is big B. It's exhibited an inappropriate disposition, inclusive professional and ethical behavior.
Under E here. Oh, okay, thank you. I would assume that was just being what I was, which was disoriented, probably hungover, even if they were still drunk. It's unfortunate, alcoholics are not usually very sick people.
So
unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to go to the Department of Education and find out exactly. I've not heard from the administrator at that time. I'm actually in the process of the 8th step, which is the amends process. I have reached out to Tina Green to talk to her on my behalf, just to apologize for taking her time and what I would consider being completely unprofessional.
So the next one on failed to follow school district policies, any comment or testimony you'd like to make about that charge?
Well, district policy says that, no. No.
And then the influence of alcohol, medication, or other substances, you testified that you were just inebriated at that time, is that right?
I didn't testify that I was inebriated, but I would assume that I was drunk enough to have been smelling alcohol, sure.
Okay, and so let's talk about your sobriety. You're in the 12-step program now, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and how often do you attend meetings?
I attend a meeting, let's see, every day if possible. I attend one on Zoom, and typically I attend at a minimum 4 days a week.
4 days a week, and who is your sponsor?
Kathy Lusk is my former sponsor. She's just gotten ill, unfortunately, so now I have to change sponsors to JMD. It's also a psychiatrist.
And so you've been sober ever since this event?
I've been sober since, no, I can say that I can't come from medicine and probably did not stay sober for about a week, and then I called my ex-husband and said I need to go to treatment. And then since that day, became sober.
Okay, so let's talk about your previous experience around the real estate business. How long were you in the business before?
Oh gosh, sorry, it's been a while. About 7 years?
About 7 years.
Yeah.
And what, just on a short scale, tell us a little bit about what you did in that sector. You listing, selling,
Sure.
administrative, what role did you play?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually went to work for the Dwyer family as the marketing and public relations person, which is what I do now as an undergrad degree. And then they also happen to have quite a bit of VRBO and Airbnb, quite a bit of property rentals. And so I did the administration of that to be able to show even rentals that are managed in the property and real estate license. I did that. I actually sold and showed and labor property, a very good understanding of real estate and all of the guidelines that go with the mortgage years, et cetera.
Okay, so with understanding this is a somewhat murky future for you, you intend to stay in the real estate industry with grant waiver, or intend to challenge the issues related to your teacher license and go back to teaching?
Oh, what a great question. I intend to challenge the issues with my teaching license simply because I think it's very important to represent women in recovery, to go back and get these things accomplished and taken care of and to face them head on. So I will do that. That's just an important thing to do. Whether or not I'll go back to teaching, probably not. I obviously figured it a difficult time teaching and staying sober.
So you're looking at, if we reinstated your license or you were great to have,
Right.
then you would tell us that you're primarily going to go back into the real estate industry.
Correct. I would primarily do the real estate industry on a part-time basis. I am committed to home services for the line for my nonprofit organizations as well.
Back in that very limited line, then, what role do you anticipate playing in the future of the real estate industry?
Supporting town properties as a Kansas salesperson.
So you're
And
going back
listing
listing and selling.
Correct.
Is there any restrictions on your driving license, driver license, or anything like that that's wrong?
No, not now.
Ms. Commissioner, do you have any questions?
No.
She said no.
She said no.
Okay, thank you.
Should I go, is it okay if I go and ask Mr. Dwyer some questions?
Please state your name and address.
Robert Dwyer, 13 Woodland West, Cedar Springs, Arkansas.
And Mr. Dwyer, what's the name of your family business?
Called Annabelle Properties.
And is there in Cleveland County?
Yes.
You may represent what you're doing.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No worries. And I believe that Ms. Dwyer testified earlier that she worked for the family business for approximately 7 years.
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that she originally went to work there in marketing and PR, and then assisted with showing some rental properties and also sold and showed properties?
Yes.
And if Ms. Dwyer is granted a waiver to be licensed today, will you be her principal broker?
Yes.
And is it, would you please confirm your testimony that she would be working in the family business on a part-time basis while continuing to work for World Services for the Blind?
Yes.
What type of things do you anticipate she would be doing for attending?
Well, will still help market our vacation rental side of the business, more or less freelance since she doesn't live in Cedar Springs.
Okay.
And also showing properties, on a limited basis when she was available, primarily weekends, and support the business when, let's say, I'm out of town or not available. Just allows me some more flexibility. And I've been around her enough to trust her with, you know, more or less anything regarding our business. I have no reason to doubt that she would do an excellent job.
If you weren't available as principal broker, who would be supervising her? Do you have an executive broker in the firm who can supervise her?
I do not. Currently, I'm the only broker licensed person in my business.
Okay, so you actually would have to be available to supervise her.
Yes, and of course, you know, review all documents before signatures. And
If the commission grants the waiver today and they place particular conditions on her license that would also implicate you, where you might be in a position to have to report to the commission, given the closeness of your relationship, would you be willing and able to do that?
yes,
If I could interject, that would be fabulous.
And is it your testimony today that you don't have any reservations about being her principal broker?
no, I mean, I do not.
Okay, and how long have you known Ms. Dwyer?
Oh, since like 1995. And I want to apologize for my casual attire. You know, unfortunately, I've never been to one of these hearings. Did not know what to expect. I have no idea. My apologies.
And how long have you been licensed?
I've been licensed since 90, I want to say 97.
Okay.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
But this business has been in your family for.
Yes, since 1968.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Ready for us, Mr. Meyer?
Hold on, Ms. White, do you have any questions?
I don't know, Mr. Wood, I don't think there are any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Just to say thank you for your time.
Yes, does the commission have any questions?
Yes, sir. So Robert, if you will help me real quick, tell us a little about your real estate company, practice, et cetera. Give us some idea of the scope of the Dwyer firm.
Well, primarily it's we're located on Gertesbury Lake, and we cater towards, you know, vacation type properties. You know, not only do we, a full service real estate company, sell this, we also do property management, vacation rentals, and we also provide services such as, you know, maintenance, service to other, you know, property owners, homeowners. And I'm also, you know, active Arkansas contractor's license. So I do construction, custom home building, remodeling. So I wear quite a bit of hats, you know, in this area. It is kind of a niche market, but it's just something that I grew up in, and we've had it straight. That's pretty much what we do. But we also, you know, not just vacation property, but sell anything.
Thanks. How many agents do you have now?
Currently, just myself.
Only you?
Only me, yes.
And so do you then mostly manage family-owned properties? If so, how many?
Not family owned currently. We do have property management agreements with about, you know, 5 individuals that we do the vacation rentals on.
Okay. Do you have a separated office right now? Is this office in your home?
No, that's a separate office.
Okay. And do you have any formal trainings, training manuals or training sessions or anything like that?
Not currently, no. I mean, I am active with our, you know, local board of realtors, and, you know, do participate in meetings, trainings, CE, you know, as much as possible.
So if I were to, what if we mandated that she has to provide a sobriety test?
I would be fine with that. I would have no concern that she would ever fail that, just seeing how far.
How long have y'all been divorced?
2016, summer, June 2016.
Yeah, we divorced. We separated in 2016.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and How's your relationship now?
It's excellent. We have 3 kids and, we co-parent and we're still best friends.
What's the age of the kid?
13-year-old boy-girl twins and 17-year-old son.
Very good. All right.
Commissioner Crowley?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Travis, do you have any
I do not have any redirect or further questions. I would just like to make a closing statement at the appropriate time.
Ms. Laura, it's too to go back over to do that. So, if there's anything that you want to put on your testimony, that you want to say further or cross question, Mr. Clark, either way, you want to do it.
Just again, thank you again for your time today. It's been a good exercise in honesty and a little bit of humility. And that's always a good thing. I like to say the biggest no words in the past 18 months. I do my life that I will do the very best to continue to learn recovery that allows me to represent my children, my family, and certainly the organization I work for, any organization I work for, and the real estate commission with as much professionalism.
Any further questions of one of these witnesses? We're going to closing arguments. Ms. Chambers, do you want to do yours first?
Sure. Thank you for your time today, commissioners. I hope I'm speaking into the microphone today. I would respectfully request that you look at the exhibit behind tab A, that's the order notice of hearing. If you would please, in your deliberations, find that the issues of fact 1, 2, and 3 are true, that the issue of law has been proven. When you make your order, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Laura, would you like to make a closing argument?
I don't believe that argument needs to be made.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this time the commission will go into recess and assemble for their deliberations. When they come out, we'll come back on the record at that time, but we're going to go on the record, and you're welcome to stay in the room while I do this. Thank you.
So,
hold on just a second.
So yeah, you see Dan, and you met Judy Henderson, who dated Steve.
I certainly will.
I think he'll remember him.
Sure.
He was 14 when we met, so he was in junior high when we met.
Yes.
Of course, he's the baby, and Steve's 11 years older than Dan, but yeah, they're a great
They
family.
definitely are.
Great family, great people. Spent a lot of time on the lake with them. Yeah. Did you grow up in Heber too?
No, I did the restorations in high school with my family. And Bonnie and I actually, sometimes we met last year, I was at our mothers were neighbors. And he had graduated from college when I was coming. And then we had met, married and came around.
Yeah.
And
Does
then
your
I
family
left
still
and
have, did your family live on
Broadway.
Yeah, my mother still lives,
Spring Park?
still lives right there.
Yeah.
House he grew up in.
Yeah, yeah. Yep. So are you Dan's age? Are you Dan's age?
I'm actually 2 years younger than him.
Oh, okay. Yep. Spent a lot of time here. And Steve got married a few years ago. He was single for a long time.
see he's still, I know he's very active in the running.
Oh, my gosh, yes, he's
So,
like the
I'm
pencil.
just letting you know.
Yeah, he runs a lot.
Yeah.
He retired actually
I'm
from the
not
state.
letting you speak one way or the other, I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, he did his, did his time at the state, and his wife had been retired a couple years after he did it. And he completely remodeled the house he had in Hillcrest. They are very industrious.
Julie, we have a question.
Yes.
Something we learned on the iPad. And so in order to understand what this is, we're able to slow down. But it's, for whatever reason, we're getting those that feedback, which we shouldn't be, but we are. So,
What about if one of you calls her on your cell phone?
The rest of
I'm so sorry, I only got half of it. I only got the message. I didn't get the message I need to.
we have.
They're gonna have to use this, I'm so sorry, they're gonna have to use a cell phone with a speaker, because if they use them. Which side? Yeah, I get it, yeah.
We've had a group that's met in the group of us. A couple months. And they are really good and now. So they have someone sit back and that just keeps them on the block.
Hello. Good morning.
Can you hear us better this way?
I can. I was feeling left out.
Well, we're trying to figure this technical stuff out and get you involved. Do you have any comments, concerns, questions?
No. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. I think that'll be, you will make a motion or you want somebody else to make it?
I can.
That you make it.
Okay.
No provision for probation.
Yep. I know the drill. Okay. Bye. Okay. Bye-bye.
Arkansas is too small. So small. I think that's good. Yeah, it is.
Commissioner Chair, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, I am, and I think we have a motion from Commissioner Prunty.
Would the hearing officer read my motion, please?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Prunty's motion with regard to issues of fact and law as found in the order and notice of hearing is as follows. Commission finds true that issues of fact contained in paragraphs 1 through 3 of the notice of hearing. The commission finds proven the issues of law, issue of law set out in paragraph 1 of the order and notice of hearing. Furthermore, based on those findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined to grant Ms. Wire's request that she be determined as meeting the requirements under Arkansas Code annotated section 1742-302A and allow a license to be issued to Ms. Wire with the following conditions. This decision is based on the condition that Ms. Dwyer will be on a probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure from the date of initial license. And Ms. Dwyer's principal broker, who apparently at this time is Mr. Dwyer, is to be notified of this probationary period and the reasons therefore. If Ms. Dwyer changes firms or the principal broker of the firm changes, Ms. Dwyer will notify the new principal broker of the conditions of this probation and the reasons thereof. Ms. Dwyer's new principal broker will also notify the Commissioner's Executive Director in writing that they are aware of the conditions placed on her license. Commissioner Prunty, have I correctly stated your motion?
You have.
Thank you. At this time, each commissioner will verbally and publicly state their vote for the record.
Commissioners, you've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you. Let the record indicate that the vote was unanimously in favor of the motion to grant substitution, I guess, what you would say. Also, record indicate that the commission will reduce its decision and to be served by mail to all the parties. An appeal of this decision can be made in accordance with the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is Arkansas Code annotated 2525-201 ex sequitur. All questions now should be directed to the Arkansas Real Estate Commission Executive Director, Ms. Andrea Alford. Do any of the commissioners wish to make a statement at this time? No. Therefore, this hearing is now concluded and the record is closed. Thank you and good luck, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. May I say, that's on?
If the red button's down, it's on.
Okay, I was gonna say that I've counted no less than 15 people in this room and probably some on Zoom. And I truly thank you for taking time out of your day to hear me.
Very well. Congratulations.
Linda?
Yes.
Construction center. Tell her to get herself up here, we're gonna see her.
Linda,
Yes.
when we go into deliberations next time, I'm gonna have you mute your computer.
Okay.
We'll use the iPad and that should work so we don't have the reverberation.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
We can't use any verbs.
got me on my soapbox.
We are recording and unmuted.
So are you Eric?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and help me with that last name, Eric.
Giannis. Giannis.
Yeah, Eric, please don't be offended if I say Eric all along, okay?
At all.
So welcome today. The time is about 1 o'clock, and so we're going to start the hearing. My name is Tony Moore, and I am the chairman of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission. I am an industry member, Eric from Russellville. And I'll introduce some other folks here today that may be taking part in the proceedings, okay? To my left is Ms. Dee Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb comes to us from Pine Bluff, and she is a representative of the consumer side of the commission. To the right here is Commissioner Sparks. Suzanne Sparks comes to us from Rogers. She's an industry member, and so she's brand new to us. This is her second hearing today. We're glad to have her. To the right of that, Vice Chairman, Mr. Bob Walker. Bob is an industry member, and his vice chair comes to us from Jacksonville. Linda Prunty, thank you. Linda is in the ethereal world of Zoom, and Linda Prunty is from Jonesboro. She's a consumer member also.
You're welcome, Linda.
She says thank you.
Mr. Udell Ward, sitting in the place of what would have been Heather Garrett's seat. Udell is senior investigator with the commission. To Udell's right is going to be Julie Javis. Julie is the representative of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission from the Attorney General's office. Commissioner Marks back there is an investigator to the back. Melissa Goff is right here in the blue. Next to Melissa is the executive director, Ms. Andrea Offer. Heather Garrett is right up before her, senior representative investigator. And also up here, got to make sure I get Tiffany Harrison right. She's the court reporter, and Ms. Donna Lipsmeyer is the hearing officer, and I'll turn it over to her at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Ward, and good afternoon. As the chair mentioned, my name is Donna Lipsmeyer, and I am serving as the hearing officer today. I am not a decision maker, but my function is to ensure the orderly conduct of this hearing. This includes ruling out objections and cautioning the parties if needed. It's about 1:05 May 3rd, 2021, and we are beginning a salesman applicant request for waiver under Arkansas Code annotated section 1742 315F as provided under Arkansas Code annotated 1742 315G. Mr. Eric Giannis, is that correct? Thank you. As specified in the order and notice of hearing for formal hearing number FH 3685. For the record, Mr. Giannis, can you please identify yourself?
My name is Eric Giannis.
Are you represented by counsel today?
No, ma'am.
Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing for today?
Yes, I did.
And are you prepared to proceed today?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. For the record, Assistant Attorney General Judy Chavis, please identify yourself and that you will be representing the agency in this proceeding.
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission, and I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you so much. Before we start case presentations, I would like to go over some general information about this hearing. First, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission will base its decision in this matter solely on the evidence presented today. Accordingly, Mr. Giannis, if you've already submitted something to the commission staff, be mindful that it's still your responsibility to make sure that that information is introduced today. Likewise, if you have any testimony or further documents that you want the commissioners to consider, it should also be introduced during this hearing. Remember, the commissioners will only consider what is being provided today in testimony or documents. Also, this hearing is subject to provisions under the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act and the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act. A few of these procedures provisions that I would like to mention include that the proceedings of this hearing are open to the public, and including times when the commissioners are in recess during their deliberations to discuss the evidence and testimony presented today and to make the decision. Another provision that that is covered under these specific laws, is that our record needs to be preserved. Accordingly, we have a court reporter, which they introduced earlier. And as such, everybody that's participating in this hearing is, should be mindful to speak up and also to respond verbally. I think they showed you kind of how to use the microphone.
Yes.
Okay. You can do that thing. It's not, you know, you can do it closer to yourself. You can raise or lower it, whichever makes you feel more comfortable and which is more effective for you to speak, you know, for people to hear. The last provision I would like to specifically point out is that this hearing is informal and the strict rules of evidence like a court of law do not have to be followed in this proceeding. For example, as a hearing officer, I have latitude to allow hearsay statements or non-original documents to be introduced. Also, the hearsay can be, introduced like we were saying. However, the weight of that information is going to be lowered than if it had been, firsthand knowledge people testifying. And the commissioners will take that into consideration when they're weighing that information. Now I would like to kind of outline the general flow, a framework of this hearing, so you kind of know how we're going to proceed through it. Because I assume you've never been here before. Okay. First of all, what we'll do, we'll start off with witnesses being sworn or affirmed in. It looks like you're going to be the only individual testifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That'll make it fast. And then the agency and also you will be allowed to introduce any evidence, or if you have any particular procedural issues that you want to raise at this time, then that would be the time to do it. Afterwards, both you and the agency will be given the opportunity to present what's called opening statements. An opening statement is just a brief statement that summarizes or gives a preview of your case and of the evidence that you're going to submit to the commissioners today. It's not required, you can waive that information. You don't have to do an opening statement. If you do choose not to, it's fine. Next, even though you, Mr. Giannis, carry the burden of proof to demonstrate that you should be granted a waiver from the requirements under Arkansas Code Annex 1742-315G as provided there. And as such, you would normally go first in case presentations. However, since you don't have an attorney and because of the nature of this type of hearing, it's usually more logical and efficient for the agency to go first in this instance. Do you have any problems with the agency going first?
No, not at all.
Okay. Ms. Chavis, do you have any problems presenting your case first?
I do not.
So then also, after you've had the opportunity to do an opening statement, then the agency will proceed with its case in chief, and that means that they're going ahead and call witnesses or introduce documents. And you will have an opportunity, I don't know if they have any other witnesses. Do you have any witnesses today, Ms. Chambers, besides Mr. Giannis?
I do not have any other witnesses. I'll just be questioning Mr. Giannis.
Okay, thank you. So what will happen then, she'll question you, and then the commissioners will have an opportunity to question. And then what happens after all of that, then you will be able to present anything else that you would like to present today. And of course, the agency and the commissioners will have an opportunity at that time to question you again. After we have done the witnesses and the case is closed, and basically your primary case information is concluded, you will be allowed the opportunity to do what's called a closing argument. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not required, but it's basically a summation of the evidence that you have provided to the commission, how you would have them view your evidence and how that should convince them to rule in your favor. So it's kind of like your last punch, I guess, to ask them again for that decision. Then the commission will go into what's called recess for deliberations, and they will come back. They go off the record during the recess, and then they come back on the record. And you're welcome to stay during deliberations, whether deliberations, and stay around to hear what their decision is in this matter. Do you have any questions generally about that? Okay. But if you do, again, it's informal and relaxed and just, ask us if you have any, because this is kind of a scary thing and, and ask you to just relax. It is informal. Okay, at this time, I would ask anybody to testify with would be Mr. Galdis. Would you please stand and raise your right hand? You're sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's right.
You may be seated. Please let the record indicate that Mr. Galdis has been sworn in. At this time, I will ask if there's any kind of exhibits or preliminary documents or stipulations or preliminary matters that need to be discussed.
I have a notebook full of exhibits. They're numbered A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if Mr. Yanes has no objection, I would like them to be admitted into the record and published to the commissioners with time to review them.
Mr. Yanes, have you had an opportunity to look at those exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objections to those being introduced?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hunter, have you, let's go ahead and distribute the information. And for the record, agency exhibits A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 have been recorded into the record. And at this time, we're going to a recess and come back after the commissioners have had an opportunity to review that information. Mr. Yanes, let me go ahead and mention that commissioners have not looked at this information yet. This is the first time we're seeing it. Okay? Thank you. Commissioner Prunty, are you through reviewing the documents?
Have.
Thank you. It's approximately almost 1:30. May 3rd, 2021 here will now come back to order after allowing a recess of the commissioners an opportunity to review the amended exhibits. Does either the agency or Mr. Giannis wish to make a statement, opening statement this time?
I'll waive an opening statement and go straight into questioning Mr. Yanez, if that's okay with him.
Yes.
Mr. Giannis, do you want to make an opening statement also or not?
I will also waive.
Wait, okay, thank you so much. Ms. Chambers, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Yanez, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Eric Yanez, and my address is 2229 South 16th Street, Rogers, Arkansas, 72758.
And you're here today because back in October of last year, you submitted an application to the Real Estate Commission to become a real estate salesperson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in answer to question number 5, which is, have you ever been convicted of any crime other than a traffic violation, you answered yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to go through numbers 2, 3, 2 and 3 on the order of notice of hearing that's found behind tab A and just verify some information. On or about August 29th, 2013, you negotiated a plea of guilty and you were convicted in Benton County Circuit Court of a Class B felony, which was a charge of manufacturing Schedule 6 controlled substance, marijuana, and Class B felony charge of battery first degree. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were sentenced to 120 months confinement with that sentence being suspended. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were ordered to pay $1,645 in fines and costs and $39,659.77 to the victim for restitution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then in your, you provided documentation to Mr. Ward here at the commission that showed a total of $43,709.77 owed for fines, costs, and restitution, and that you had made payments of $2,745, leaving a balance of $40,964.77. Is all that information accurate to your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also provided to Investigator Ward documentation that showed that you are still on active parole and you're required to report annually. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you made any additional payments since you provided this information to Mr. Ward?
No, I have not.
Okay. And are you still on active parole and required to report annually?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and who do you report to? Do you have is it a state probation officer or a federal probation officer or?
It's a state probation officer.
State probation
For the
officer.
Arkansas Community of Corrections.
Okay. And other than reporting once per year, are you subject to regular random drug screens?
Yes, I am.
Have you had any dirty screens?
No, I haven't.
And how long have you been submitting to those random drug screens?
Since my release in 2018.
2018. Okay. And let's see, that all took place in, well, that all started when you negotiated your plea on August 29th of 2013. And then in December of 2013, you also negotiated a plea of guilty and were convicted in the Circuit Court of Benton County, Arkansas, of a Class D felony charge of delivery of a controlled substance, marijuana. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were sentenced to 36 months of imprisonment with 36 months suspended in order to pay $1,345 in fines and costs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is that $1,345 in fines and costs in addition to the fines and costs that I confirmed just a moment ago?
No, the total amount is already included with this.
Okay. Okay, so the total amount is, that you still owe is $40,964.77. That includes all costs and fees, the restitution to the victim, as well, and then, and that took into account the payments you have made.
Yes.
Okay, very good. What led to the first charge, the Class B felony manufacturing of Schedule 6 controlled substance marijuana, and the Class B felony charge of battery first? What events led to you picking up those charges?
It was a night at my house, in my home, and I had my roommates there, and the gun went off, so that's how the cops were called there, and then they found the marijuana plants in the garage.
Okay.
As well as that battery charge happened that same.
Okay, and what led to the battery? What was the action that led to the battery charge? Was that just the gun going off, or was someone actually hurt, or?
Yeah, well, actually, myself and the victim was also, we were both hurt.
Okay.
In that incident.
How were you hurt?
I actually sustained a wound on my upper left eye.
Okay.
I was in the ICU for about 40 hours, unconscious. I was transported there with an ambulance, unconscious as well. I have the medical records. I don't know if that was something that.
Let's get just this story out, and then we'll go to that. Okay. Okay. So you were knocked unconscious by someone's fist, or you fell, or?
No, we were struggling with the gun, with the handgun. It was a .357 revolver.
Okay.
The victim had it in his hand first, and as I approached him, I tried taking it away from him. We struggled a little bit. It goes off. When I wake up about 2 days later in the hospital, I'm wondering what's going on. My family has gotten me an attorney already, and my attorney told me that they found powder residue on my hand.
Okay, so
they charged me with attempted murder.
Okay, well, let's back up. What caused this injury on your head?
I have.
Did it go off, or did you just?
No, it went off, so there's a few pieces of lead still here on my eyelids and on my eye because of the ricochet, the impact.
Okay.
It hit the frame of the door, so that hit. While it exploded, it hurt both of us.
Okay.
And I went down, and he was still conscious and was able to leave and drive himself to the hospital.
And what injury did he sustain?
His was here on his chin, and it kind of split his chin open a little bit, and he was just bleeding everywhere.
Okay. And is the restitution that you're ordered to pay him due to his medical expenses?
That's correct.
Okay. So you woke up in the hospital 2 days later, and you were charged with the manufacturing, because they found the marijuana plants in your garage. And then you were charged with a Class B felony due to the wound that the victim sustained.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, so then it was negotiated down, I guess it was negotiated down to a lesser charge.
Yeah, it was like I said, it was at first it was an attempted murder,
And it was lower, it was reduced to battery first.
Battery first degree. So it went from Class Y and went all the way to Class B.
Okay. Now, were you actually incarcerated as a result of those charges and that conviction?
Yes, I served 4 years and 9 months in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. in multiple facilities.
4 years and 9 months. And that's when you said you're still on parole and you still report to the parole officer at the Department of Community Corrections since your release in 2018.
That's correct.
Okay. At the time of your arrest and when you picked up those charges, were you selling and using or just selling?
Both.
Okay. And were you using more than marijuana?
No.
Okay. And did the victim go to jail?
He did not.
Okay. Do you have anything to do with him?
No.
Okay.
No, there's actually no contact with the victim since day one.
Okay. And he hasn't tried to contact you, and you haven't tried to contact him?
Correct.
Okay. And then the charge that you picked up, I guess the other charges were pending when you picked up this charge in December of 13. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you negotiated a plea of guilty to the Class D felony of delivery of the controlled substance marijuana. Is that because of the number of plants you had growing?
No, on the delivery, that was a different occasion.
Okay, what happened then?
That was a completely different charge, but they went ahead and made it,
Merge?
random, yeah. That was another occasion, I remember my cousin calling me, telling me that he needed something to smoke. And, I went and got him some, it was under an ounce, it was under 28 grams. And as I go to his home where he lives, there's a guy there and I don't know the guy, so I'm thinking, and he had asked that it was for him. So I give it to him and then he gives it to the other guy and the other guy was wearing a wire, he was a confidential informant.
Okay.
And that's how I caught that case. They were watching me, they watched,
Okay.
they didn't watch it happen, but they watched me get there and then drive off.
Okay. And was your cousin also charged?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then, was your 4 years and 9 months of incarceration, was that due to both of your the plea in both cases?
Yes, they ran consecutive.
Okay. And then you were ordered to pay the $1,345, which we already established is part of that $40,964.77 that you still owe.
Yes.
Okay. Now, since your release from prison in 2018, have you been employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I'm not employed right now.
Okay.
I have been employed.
Okay. You were working at Superior Mazda?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you work at Superior Mazda?
Right over 2 years, 2 years and a month, I believe.
Okay. And why are you no longer there?
I got out and pursued the real estate. I enrolled into class. My daughter was born. We didn't have babysitters, so I took the time to, I saved up enough because a lot of people were telling me, hey, it could be a slow start for you. I didn't realize that,
Sure.
I was naive. I didn't realize that I was going to go through all this. So I saved up a little bit of money and I started doing the real estate class. Took me a couple months, and then and after that, it's just kind of prolonged. All this has prolonged.
Okay.
My manager there at Superior Mazda did tell me a few months ago, hey, if you need to come back, just let me know. But I've been babysitting my daughter for now while my fiance works.
Okay. And you have spoken with the principal broker, Ms. Minor,
Yes.
and she wrote a letter for you. I believe it's found, made a note. It's found at Exhibit 5-6. So if you'll turn to the tab 5. And she wrote a letter to Mr. Ward that stated that she was a principal broker at Remax Real Estate Results, and that she had been working with you through the licensing process, and that she's fully aware of your background, that you have been upfront and honest about your circumstances and background, and and she states, and I'm quoting from her letter, I am willing to supervise Eric's activities and believe he will be an asset to our office and community. And then you also have a letter of recommendation from a salesperson named Jessica Yankee, who's also at RE/MAX Real Estate Results. And does she know also about your criminal background?
Yes,
Okay, so you've been completely upfront with these folks,
100%.
and they know you still owe restitution.
They do.
Okay, and they know that you were released from prison in 2018,
That's correct.
and they know that you are still reporting to a state parole officer.
Yes.
And how much longer do you have to report annually to your parole officer?
2026 is my release date. for March.
2026 release date, and did they know that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you realize that, if you're granted a waiver today, it might not be a bad idea to go back to work at Superior Monster while you get yourself established in the real estate industry, because you may have a slow start?
Yes, and that would probably work with Superior Plaza as Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to work those days. It's the busiest. It's the busiest it's the time when people go and buy cars.
I understand, because it's the weekend,
It's the
right?
weekend, yes.
Okay. So you feel like you could go back, secure employment there. If you're granted a waiver to begin in the real estate business, you would still have the stability of the Superior Mazda job.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and I believe some folks from Superior Mazda also wrote you some letters of recommendation.
Yes.
Back here at, let's see, 5-2 and 5-3. Mr. Devin Kate says that you're an exemplary employee. The sales director, Stephen Stanton, said that you were an asset to the department and company, that you were very professional and motivated. So you've got some nice recommendations from those folks too. Let's see. Mr. Yanez, when do you propose resuming your payments toward that $40,964.77?
On my first paycheck.
Okay. If you go back to Superior,
Whatever,
with whatever first paycheck. then
whichever
it's-
one comes first.
Okay. You realize that you're gonna need to make that a priority?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall when you last made a payment? I'm not sure I have that record
I
in
don't
here.
recall.
Is your probation officer aware that you haven't made that payment, you haven't been making those payments?
Yes, so is the court system in Benton County.
Okay, the court system knows, and your probation officer knows, and I'm sure your probation officer is wanting you to resume making those payments as well.
Yes, as soon as possible.
Okay.
Once I start getting it.
Okay, and then, during the time, since you were released in 2018, went to work at Superior Mazda, you have, purchased a home, and you're engaged, and you have a new baby. Okay. Are you, and you did say you're still subject to random drug screens?
Yes,
Okay,
until 2026.
okay. So obviously you're not using drugs.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were incarcerated, did you participate in any kind of drug counseling or rehab or anything that the prison system offered you?
Absolutely. I took drug substance abuse education, and that was about a 3-month course. I took parenting skills, I took communication skills, and I completed a 1-year program of job skill performance, is what we call it. And I completed that at the Cummings unit in Greater Arkansas in the poultry division.
Okay. Did you try to take advantage of the programs that were offered to you while you were in prison?
Absolutely.
Do you believe you benefited from, particularly I would be interested in if you feel like you benefited from the drug and alcohol abuse education?
100%.
Okay. And do you associate with the people from 2013 that you were associating with when you got in trouble?
I do not. I have no association.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness.
Do the commissioners have any questions?
Yes, I do, Eric. So, a couple of things. One is to remember, you have the burden of proof here today. Burden of proof is not on me, it's on you to convince us.
Right.
Right? And our job is to protect the public. So I have a first conviction there was attempted murder.
Yes, the first, that's what they tried.
And I've got a .357 Magnum to somebody's chin. How did that gun get to that chin?
I'm not sure if it was necessary. It was close to the chin, but it was not right under the chin. And as the struggle was going,
Okay, wait a minute. Take me back to the struggle then. I'm still worried on that night and
okay, so
how did we get a gun? We went from Party Central to a gun going on.
right. Okay, so we got home from Dixon Street in Fayetteville. My wife, my ex-wife, and 2 friends. We arrived there. The victim sitting down with his cousin at the table in my house. They're drinking, so we joined and put some music on. So we're all drinking. The victim removed himself from the dining table and goes out to the hallway. Now, the .357 revolver was kept in the closet in the hallway. Not in my room, not in a safe, you know, it was just kept in the closet. So he leaves to the hallway or to the restroom. At that point, I didn't know where. My other roommate gets up and says, I'm calling it a night. I think it was like 2, 3 in the morning already. So we kind of boo him. I remember we booed him like, boo, you know, party pooper type thing, right? And as he gets into the hallway, then there's loud commotion, maybe even a little bit of screaming. So I get up, I walk over there, and I see the victim. He's the one that has the gun in his hand. He's not pointing at anybody, he's not pointing at himself, he just has the gun. We're drunk, we're drinking, so I go up there and I'm like, man, what's going on? And then my other buddy's like, hey man, tell him stop, something like that. Other stuff was probably said, that's the only thing I could recall, tell him to stop. So I go there, I was like, hey man, just give me that, what's going on? And he's not giving it to me, he's not gonna give it to me. He's like, I'm not gonna give it to you. So he's, waving it, and he's just not gonna give it to me. So I'm like, man, I'm gonna take it from you. You can't have it.
Gun, is this your gun?
This is my gun, yes, sir.
Loaded?
Say again?
Loaded .357 Magnum?
Yes, sir. And he's not giving it to me, so we start struggling. And at the moment, I remember grabbing it from him, but he still has a grip of it, and I'm, we're struggling, and that's when it goes off. And as it goes off, it partially hits him in the chin, splits it up, and it ricochets off the frame, and then it hits me on the eyebrow, and knocks me out of consciousness. And I don't remember anything after that. Just waking up in the hospital.
And how did you, under that scenario, get with an attempted murder?
Because at first, they went and questioned him. So this part is just told by the people that were there at the party, right? Because I don't recall the rest of it. So I'm laying in a pool of blood is what they're telling me. They're telling me that the victim is grabbing his chin and just bleeding everywhere. I mean, there's just gushing blood everywhere. And he goes up to the table and tells his cousin, let's go. So his cousin's freaking out, I guess, like, man, you're bleeding. So they get into his truck and he drives himself to Northwest Medical Center, which is the hospital down the street from my house. And they dragged me, my friends dragged me out to the door while they were calling an ambulance. So then when the ambulance got there, I was already outside, I had been dragged outside. And that's whenever they picked me up and took me to the hospital. They intubated me, and I stayed in the ICU until I was able to get better.
And you were already convicted at that time of this shooting, you were already under conviction from a previous.
Oh, no. So then, I wake up in a room now upstairs, right, out of the ICU. I'm sorry, I woke up in the ICU with two down, they bring a mirror and I look at myself and I'm just like, man, what is going on? I remember seeing my mother there crying and I'm just like, I really don't recall anything. It's not adding up, nothing is at the moment. So I finally get moved up to a room upstairs and Detective Jay Fitch at the time walks in my room and starts questioning me. He gathers all my belongings, puts it in a bag with another officer. He starts questioning me. I don't recall the exact questions, but I do recall asking him, do I need an attorney? Or what, I mean, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Do I need an attorney? He gets upset and walks away. And within maybe 5-6 hours, now I'm being charged with attempted murder for that scenario I just explained. Detective Fitch went ahead and charged me with attempted murder. Obviously that got dropped.
So you go to jail.
Then about the next day, he goes back over there again and tells the doctor, hey, you need to release him because he's being charged with attempted murder. I need to take him. The doctor says, I can't release him yet. I remember at the time a nurse was telling me that if I felt if I was in a lot of pain, I could push this button. She gave me like a little button for morphine, I guess, and obviously it was controlled, right? But she told me to go ahead and push it. So I was still sedated. So he pushes the doctor, hey, you need to release him, you need to release him. They finally release me. The doctor releases me, and they handcuff me. They get me up on the bed in my robe, no underwear, no socks, nothing. I'm lying, they gave me slippers. They tied the rope behind, the rope behind it, and they walked me into the patrol car, and they put me in Benton County. Now, at the time, the injury here was still very severe. They had prescribed like hydrocodone or something like that, and they put me in a medical pot in jail because of my condition. But I was able to get a bond hearing like the very next day through my attorney, and I was released because I had no criminal record. I had a clean slate.
So did you plead guilty to that? How did they get you? They pleaded down, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Free to go to jail.
Yes. So I go to jail. I get bonded out, and my attorney says, "Hey, we need to meet. You got a case here." So I go to Springdale, Arkansas, where his office is at. His name is Joel Huggins, and we meet, and I tell him exactly what I remember. And he tells me, well, listen, their family called me as well, but I'm going to go ahead and represent you. And I said, okay, awesome. So this drags out for about 1 year and 4 months, the back and forth, because I'm telling him, like, man, I didn't even try to kill anybody. Like, I will go to trial. Like, let's just do it. I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't want to do nothing like that. So he's back and forth with the prosecutor attorney, David Reed. And finally, David says, we'll give him 20 years, 10, we're going to drop it to battery in first degree, class B felony. We're going to give him 10 years for that, and 10 years suspended, which is on parole, for the manufacturing, for the plants that they found in the garage. So Joe Huggins tells me, man, this is probably your best shot, man. And I mean, he kept it real with me. He said, you probably don't want to take this to trial, just because you have marijuana plants in your house. It's just not looking good for you. So he kind of, now I got the spirit in me, like, I can do, and I can do this. I can take this 20 years with 10 suspended, or I can go to trial and get 40. So now I do what somebody unexperienced does. So I took the plea. And I understood that it was my home, and I understood the responsibility that I had as my house, as the owner, as being in my house.
That gets you out of 2018, and it still gets you under parole currently, right? You're currently
Yes,
Still
still,
under parole.
yes, until two
Currently
thousand.
still owe restitution over $40,900, correct?
That's correct.
Give it up, Commissioner Sheen.
Out of curiosity, where was your other friend that, your first one left? Your second one got up and said he was done for the night. So, did the police question him? Did they-
Absolutely. The second one that was done for the night and that originally said, hey man, stop him. He got charged with manufacturing, possession. I believe that was it, but I went ahead and took, that was part of the deal. I was gonna take the whole rap for it. I didn't want anybody else involved. They also charged my wife at the time because she was there. Everybody that was there, living there got charged. And then the charges were dropped once I took the plea.
So, it kind of all goes back to the gun incident and your buddy, did he not tell the police exactly what happened? I mean,
He, on the affidavits, actually the story is the gun went off outside in his car. And that was completely obviously because of the evidence and everybody else's story was misleading. They did a toxicology report on him and his alcohol levels were very high, almost lethal, so is what the report says. And they didn't believe that, so they ended up with, he wasn't all there, he wasn't conscious of what was going on. He did do an 18-month program called drug court. I remember they did put him through drug court. So did the victim. So everybody, except my ex-wife, didn't have to do anything, but they lessened their charges, and instead of going to prison or county jail, they made them go through drug court.
so after all that you went through there, you still picked up another charge later on.
That's correct.
Didn't learn anything the first go round.
At the time, you're right.
So if this was granted, you intend to work for Kim Minor as your principal broker?
That's correct.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Ponte?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Davis can proceed.
I'm happy to proceed to closing now. Mr. Yanez may want to go first with his closing, and then I can wrap everything up.
Mr. Yanis, do you have anything else that you would like to offer as far as testimony before we go into closing arguments?
I don't think I have anything else to offer as far as any kind of letters or any kind of evidence.
All right, thank you. I guess Ms. Chambers, you may proceed with your closing argument.
Thank you, commissioners. If you please look at the exhibit behind tab A. It's the order notice of hearing. If you would please find that the issues of fact 1 through 4 are true and that the issue of law has been proven during your deliberations, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Yanis, you may do a closing if you'd like.
I didn't-
Just wrap it all up.
I didn't prepare,
That's okay.
I didn't prepare a speech or anything. As I got here, I had a flat tire, so I got here a little early to, get on in my car, maybe talk to myself, and get motivated. Then I got a flat tire, so now I'm running around. I've never been here Little Rock, but anyway, I would just like the opportunity to keep on pushing on. That's all I got.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go, and the commission will go into recess and do deliberations. They'll come back on the record and that's your decision. Thank you.
We can do this without the sound. know what's, if everyone would please turn off all their microphones. Okay.
She turns off her computer.
Linda, would you turn off the sound on your computer? Okay, Linda, can you hear me? No. Hold on just a second. Linda, can you hear us? Linda?
She turned herself because because I called her and did it on the phone.
No.
Okay.
Turn your sound on.
I was muted.
There you go. Here we go.
There you go. Awesome. Thank you.
Linda,
I can't hear. Wait a minute.
I know. I sure am glad you didn't hear that. I'd have to listen to you.
Hello,
Is that better? Can you?
I can hear.
Good.
Hi, Linda.
Hey, I like the telephone better.
We miss you.
I know. Hopefully next month.
Okay, good.
Okay,
We
good.
hope so.
What do you think, Ms. Prunty?
Well, you know the drill. There's that 40,000 and still on parole.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
Any other comments you have, madam?
No, sir.
Okay. D, anything?
I can go either way. Whatever y'all think's best.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that we're appropriate. That good lady. And,
Don't have an issue with that part of it.
I don't need to.
The others you say.
And I really think the gentleman's turned himself around. He's heading the right direction. Okay. There's not enough distance for me yet from 28. But he's only been out since 28. And he owes $40,000 in restitution and he's still on.
5 years. 5 years. He said 2026. 2026. 5 years. Everybody makes mistakes. If you want to make a motion otherwise, that's fine. I just don't have to go. But that's, I mean, that's. If you do want to put the stipulations out like we did last night.
Well, you vote your convictions, I've always voted that. Linda was the same. I would vote. I would. Good night. And if we might not prevail, you might prevail. Huh?
Looks like it's 3 weeks too. Yeah, yeah, we still need to know what Commissioner Prunty was. Thank you.
But it's not that we have deliberations, is it?
All right, yeah.
Well, let's put it up there. Let's go see.
If you'll give us just a moment to adjust sound issues. Okay, you should be good.
Okay, Ms. Hearing Officer, I think we're ready to go back on record, please.
Thank you. It's approximately 2:07 on Monday, May 3rd, 2021, and we are back on the record after recessing for the commission deliberations. Does the chair wish to make a statement at this time?
I think we have a motion from Vice Chair Walker.
Chair, Officer, if you wouldn't mind reading my motion, please.
Yes, sir. Vice Chair Walker's motion in regard to issues of fact in law as found in the order of notice of hearing is as follows. Commission finds it's true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 of the notice of hearing. The commission finds proven the issue of law set out in paragraph 1 of the order and notice of hearing. Furthermore, based on those findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined to deny the waiver under Arkansas Code annotated section 1742 through 15G and uphold the denial of a salesman license to Mr. Jonas under Arkansas Code annotated section 1742 through 15F. Is this a correct reading of your motion?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. At this time, each commissioner will verbally and publicly state their vote for the record.
Okay, so Commissioners, you've heard the motion to deny. All in favor of the denial, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. So, I have it as 3. Ms. Prunty, yours was in favor of denial, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3 to 2, so the motion carries.
Thank you. Let the record indicate the vote was a majority in favor of the motion to deny. Accordingly, the motion is passed. Let the record also reflect that the commission's decision will be reduced to writing and served or attempted to be served by mail to all the parties. An appeal of this decision can be made in accordance with the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is Arkansas Code annotated section 2525-201 executor. All questions now should be directed to the Arkansas Real Estate Commission Executive Director, Ms. Andrea Alford. Do any of the commissioners wish to make a statement at this time? This hearing is now concluded. Sorry, Vice Chair, please.
In the famous words of our past chairman, it's not, no, it's not, it's just not out. The amount of restitution still hanging over your head along with the 5 years of parole left, that was just a hurdle that was a little bit difficult for me to get over. So get some of that behind you and come back.
All right, now we'll.
Any other further comments? Okay. At this time, the hearing is completed, the record is closed, and Mr. Giannis, thank you for attending today, and good luck to you.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Garrett, there's our 2 o'clock here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will take a 5-minute, if you will, please, we're back to 2:15. Not in the room, but yet in the room through via Zoom is Miss Linda Prunty. Miss Prunty is a consumer member also, and she's from Jonesboro. To my right here is Suzette Sparks. Ms. Sparks is from Rogers. She's an industry member. To Suzette's right is Bob Walker. He's the vice chairman. He's from Jacksonville, and he's also an industry member. Commissioner Marks over here to our left is an investigator. The lady stood up at the box there, it's Miss Julie Chavis. Miss Chavis. She is a representative from the Attorney General's office, and she represents the commission here today. Mr. Udell Ward is a senior investigator in the back of the room. And then back over here, Miss Melissa Goff, and she is a deputy director and sitting beside the chief executive director, Miss Andrea Offer. And that's her back. And Heather Garrett is next, and she's also a senior representative here of the commission. Coming up this way, we have, not on my script, just exactly right, Tiffany Harrison. And Tiffany's the court reporter. And Ms. Donna Lipsmeyer is our hearing officer, and she will take over at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Moore, and good afternoon. As the chair mentioned, my name is Donna Lipsmeyer, and I'll be serving as the hearing officer today. And for clarification, I am not a decision maker, but I'm somebody who functions in the capacity to ensure that the hearing proceeds in an orderly fashion. So some of the things that I do is maybe rule on objections, or if there's some kind of, or caution sometimes on parties. But normally I just make sure that everything flows, pretty smoothly. It's approximately 2:15 in the afternoon of May 3rd, 2021, and we are beginning a hearing, a salesman applicant hearing, request for waiver under what's called Arkansas Code Annotated 1742, 315, small f, as provided under Arkansas Code Annotated Section 1742, 315G, which specifies that a waiver can occur. On Ms. Andrea Webb, as specified by order notice of hearing for formal hearing number FH 3688. For the record, Ms. Webb, please identify yourself.
Andrea Webb.
Okay, let's go ahead and get you situated on the microphone. Okay, you can move forward to yourself.
Okay. Andrea Webb.
Thank you, and you can move that up and back or up and down, whatever's most comfortable for you, and it's more efficient for you when you're testifying. Thank you so much. Are you represented by counsel today?
Myself.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Webb, did you receive a copy of the order notice of hearing for today?
I did.
Thank you. Are you ready to proceed with your hearing?
I am.
Okay. For the record, Assistant Attorney General Julie Chavis, please identify yourself and that you will be representing the agency in this proceeding.
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission, and I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is kind of go over some preliminary general procedural information for you, because I doubt that you've come before an administrative hearing before. So I wanted to kind of get you a little bit of knowledge about what's going to occur in these proceedings. Okay. First, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission will base its decision solely on the information provided today. Ms. Webb, if you have provided the Real Estate Commission staff any information, if you want that to be introduced today, it is your responsibility to make sure that that is introduced. Because if it's not, the commission will not have that information to make the decision on. Okay. Likewise, if you have any testimony, further testimony or documents besides what's being introduced today, it needs to be done during this hearing too. Likewise, the agency has to do the same thing. Okay. Also, I want to go ahead and mention that this hearing is subject to a couple of laws. One's called the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, and the other one is the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act. And I'll mention a couple of provisions that are inclusive in these two statutes. One is that the proceeding of the hearing is open to the public, including times when the commission is in recess, like under deliberations, whenever time to make a decision. Another provision is that the record needs to be preserved in these proceedings. So that's why we have the court reporter here. We discussed about the microphone a little bit. If you can make sure that you speak directly into the microphone and also respond when you're asked a question verbally instead of just nodding your head. Thank you. And the last provision I want to mention specifically to these statutes is that this hearing is not like a court of law. We are informal. We do not have to follow the formal rules of evidence like a court of law. This means that I have a latitude to allow what's called hearsay evidence, which in the court of law you would not be able to. Also, undocumented, unauthenticated documents can be accepted into the record. The commissioners will weigh those types of documents accordingly. It's kind of logical to understand that those would be weighed a lot less than if you had an original document or you had first-hand testimony from somebody. That's kind of a big distinction there too. Again, we are more informal, so and especially if you don't have an attorney, we understand that you might have a little bit more questions, and that's okay to ask those things. Now I'd like to kind of outline the general flow of how we'll proceed today. Initially, what we'll do is have all the witnesses. Did you bring somebody here?
I did, my daughter.
Okay. So what we'll do is swear or all the witnesses in, which I think you and your mother are probably the only ones. Ms. Chambers, you don't have any other witnesses, do you?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. After we swear our witnesses in, then we'll move into what's called a request for exhibits or stipulations or any other procedural questions that might be in play today. So that would be the appropriate time if you personally have some exhibits or you want to make sure that the agency submits the documents that you may have submitted to the agency. Okay? That you need to make sure that they're doing that. And then we'll move into what's called opening statements. And this is basically an opportunity to kind of give an overview of what your testimony is today before the commission. And the agency also has an opportunity. You do not have to provide an opening statement. It's just available if you would like to do one. Next, Ms. Wade, you carry what's called the burden of proof to prove to the commission that a waiver should be granted in this instance. So that's not going to change what I'm going to tell you, because your burden will still be on you to do that. However, in instances like applicants, it makes more sense logically and efficiently for the agency to proceed first instead of you proceeding first. Do you have any issues with the agency going first in its presentation?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chambers, do you have any problems doing first?
Okay, no.
Okay, thank you. After the opportunity for opening statements, then the agency will proceed with its case. You're looking at it, Julie, like,
No, I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
do something wrong here.
No, I'm just listening.
Okay, so what happens is the agency will proceed in doing its case and putting on any kind of testimony or providing any kind of documents that it wishes for the commission to consider. After it's basically finished its case, it's called case in chief, the presentation then will move back to you, over to you to present your case. If you want to add anything additional or question any witnesses, then that would be your opportunity to do that. Anytime a witness is testifying, the other party has the opportunity to question, and so does the commission. So after that, then both parties, when you have finished listing your case, then we will offer the opportunity for both you and the agency to do what's called a closing argument. That's kind of a synopsis of, again, why, based on the evidence you have provided, the agency, the commission should grant a waiver in your instance. And after that, what happens is that the commission goes into a recess and goes into deliberation. And they will come out of deliberation and announce their decision. So you will find out today what the result is. Are there any questions before we start going, or no? Kind of makes a little flow, a little sense there more. Okay, so at this time, what I'd like to do is swear in witnesses. Ms. Webb, and is your name Ms. Webb too?
No, Junior.
Junior, oh, Junior's your last name, okay. If you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let the record indicate that both Ms. Webb and Ms. Junior have been sworn in or affirmed in. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask for exhibits or stipulations or any kind of procedural issues from the agency or from the.
If Ms. Webb has been provided with a copy of the exhibits that I'd like to present today, if she has no objection, I'd like A and B and 1 through 7 all to be admitted into the record and published to the commission.
Okay, so that is the 1 through 7, correct? Okay. Ms. Webb, do you have any objections to that information?
I do not.
Did you get a copy of that information?
Right here.
Okay, the commission has not had an opportunity to review this information before it gets placed into the record. So let me place agency exhibit A and B 1 through 7 into the record and now that it can be distributed to the commissioners. And they're going to take a brief recess and review that information, and we'll come back on the record and start. Thank you. Thank you.
we're ready, Ms. Litzmeyer.
Okay, thank you. It's approximately 2:40 on May 3rd, 2021. The hearing will now come back to order after recessing to allow the commissioners opportunity to review the minute exhibits. I want to go ahead and clarify for the record, Ms. Webb, Ms. Junior is your stepmother and going to be your broker also?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, we're going to proceed with Ms. Chavis.
I'm ready.
Have we done opening? Do we do openings? No.
No, I was just gonna go straight into questioning
Okay.
Ms. Webb and try to get all the information
Yes.
down on the record.
Can I go ahead and, Ms. Webb, did you want to do an opening statement?
No.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Webb, I'm Julie Chavis. First of all, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Andrea Lynn Webb, 3860 Highway 267 South, BB, Arkansas, 72012.
And did you recently relocate from Illinois to Arkansas?
2 weeks ago.
Okay. And I'm just gonna go back through the issues of fact that are outlined in the order of notice of hearing that's behind tab A, and just confirm the information that you provided to, Commission, okay? On October 1st, 2020, you submitted your application to the commission for a real estate salesperson's license, and you disclosed that you have been convicted of a crime other than a traffic violation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now let's go through those charges. On or about December 15th, 2005, you pled guilty to one count of forgery, a felony, in the Macon County Court in Illinois. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were sentenced to 18 months on probation, and you were ordered to pay restitution with fines and fees. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then approximately 4 months after your guilty plea, you violated the terms of your probation and were sentenced to 3 years in the Illinois Department of Correction and 1 year of mandatory supervised release. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you please explain to the commissioners what led to your picking up that charge and what happened when you violated the terms of your probation?
What, as far as what happened?
When you picked up the charge? Yeah.
Okay.
When you were charged with felony forgery, what happened?
Okay. All right, so I was addicted to drugs at that time in my life. And I had been for quite a while. And up until this point, I had 2014 clean. And it was just a very bad time in my life. I made a lot of bad choices. I hurt a lot of people that I shouldn't have. And I just don't have an excuse. I wish I did. You know, drugs were involved in my life, but I don't make it okay either, so.
Okay. So you were addicted to drugs that led to the forgery charge. Were you forging to get property to sell or to
Just get money
to get money for drugs? Okay. And then, would it be your testimony today that 4 months after you pled guilty to that charge, when you violated your probation, was that also drug related?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall what happened?
I just didn't wanna, I wasn't ready to stop using yet, and I didn't wanna follow anybody's direction. But, so I violated, I didn't do what I was supposed to do, to meet those conditions.
Okay.
And my probation was violated.
Okay, and then that probably set in motion some sort of a system under which your probation officer notified the court and your probation was revoked, and then you went to the Department of Correction in Illinois. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were sentenced to 3 years. How long were you actually in prison? Do you recall?
2 years.
2 years. Okay, 2 of the 3, and then you were on mandatory supervised release for 1 year. Did you successfully complete that 1 year of mandatory supervised release?
Yes, there was no problem.
Okay. And then, let's see, you were ordered to pay costs and fees. It looks like when you first pled guilty. And those costs and fees were turned over to a collection agency. Is that because you did not have the ability to pay?
I did not have the ability to pay for a while, but I also at one point had thought that since I had done incarceration time, that I no longer had those fees.
Oh, I see.
But as soon as I realized that they had occurred, I paid them.
Okay. Did you pay through the collection agency once they were turned over to the collection agency?
I paid through Macon County Circuit Clerk.
Okay,
Is where, and the receipts are in the back of the book.
okay,
I've since paid.
okay, we'll get to that in a little bit, okay? And then, let's see, we have, I guess, before you were incarcerated in April of 2006, you pled guilty to 1 count of resisting a peace officer, which was a misdemeanor. Do you recall what happened to that incident?
I do recall that I was going through a divorce and the police was called to the home. And there was an argument in play, and I argued with the cop, and of course didn't want to go to jail, but I did go to jail.
Okay, so would it be your testimony today that during the course of the divorce, there was a domestic issue that the police were called for, and then at that point you
didn't want to keep my mouth shut?
got nolly with the cop, and then I got you, okay. And then that was 30 days in jail. Was that prior to going to the Illinois Department of Correction?
That is after.
That was after? Okay.
And it would have been, yes.
Where? Oh, when did you actually report to the Department of Correction? I guess I'm confused about that. Do you recall?
The day I was sentenced on that, I do not recall the exact.
So you went the day you went to court on your probation violation, which I think in this book says April 28th of 2006.
During the sentencing of that is when they would have took me into custody.
Okay, and it was just 6 days, I'm sorry, it was just 8 days before that you got the resisting arrest. Okay, I see.
Okay, excuse me just a minute, lady. So, Ms. Webb, if you will speak, even though you're answering her question, if you'll speak into this thing so we can hear you, please.
Okay.
And then you'll be.
Yeah, you don't have to look at me if you don't want to. You can look at them.
Yeah, you can look at that. And then make sure you're answering that rather than nod your head so our court reporter can make sure she gets the record.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Okay. And then, when you picked up that misdemeanor, resisting an officer charge, you were ordered to pay court costs of $114.40, and that was also sent to collections. And I'm betting that's because you were incarcerated when those came due.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna get, to, 2011. You had been released from incarceration by then, in 2011?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you pled guilty to another count of forgery. Were you still, once you got out of prison, did you resume your drug use?
I did.
Okay. And then you were placed on 24 months probation in order to pay restitution. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in November of the following year, you violated your probation. You were sentenced to 4 years in the Illinois Department of Correction and a 1-year mandatory supervised release. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long, you were given a 4-year sentence, how long were you actually in prison?
2.5.
Okay. And then you were released after 2.5 years to 1 year of mandatory supervised release. Did you successfully complete that?
Yes, ma'am, with no problems.
Okay. And then you had been ordered to pay $3,657.54, and that was also sent to collections due to your inability to pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
They have all been paid.
they've all been paid now? Okay. And we'll go through that in just a second. Okay, so you've been released as of approximately, what, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you still on parole?
No, ma'am, I have successfully completed, all of my obligations to, for parole, probation. I'm on nothing.
Okay, and is that why you were able to move from Illinois to Arkansas? If you had been under the jurisdiction of the court that are still under parole probation, you probably would have had to get permission to move.
That is correct. I have been released, from everything since 2017.
2017.
Yes, I do believe as far as, and since before I had went to prison, last time, I got clean and sober, and during that time, I was trying not to be incarcerated. I was clean and sober, but I knew that I had already violated my probation. So I stayed out long enough to watch my daughter graduate, and then I went to prison.
You turned yourself in?
I did.
Yes. Okay. And so you said you had been clean and sober since 2014, is that correct?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you go through any type of drug rehab when you were in prison?
I've been through drug rehab outside of prison and in prison.
Okay. Approximately how many times? 3 times, okay. And when you were living in Illinois, were you actively working a program of recovery?
Alcoholics Anonymous and AA.
And
I have been a part of it, yes.
okay, and now that you've moved to Arkansas, have you been able, I know you've only been here 2 weeks, but have you been able to find another support group?
I have a great support group. I have people still in Illinois that support me and help me with my recovery, and I have an awesome family here that supports me.
Okay, will you be actively looking for a support group here outside of your family?
Absolutely.
Very good, very good. And so you're still actively working your program, working your steps, and do you have a sponsor in Illinois?
I do, Amber
Okay, will she continue to sponsor you from afar? Will you be looking for a local sponsor? Will you work with both?
Hart.
Or?
She's available anytime that I need, so absolutely.
Okay, okay, very good. Have you ever sponsored someone yourself?
I have not. I have not. I still felt like I had a lot of cleaning up to do, and to get in a better spot. I do help a lot of people. And I believe that is very important for me to continue to do, is to give back. Because I'm really grateful to sit here.
Do you think you'll ever be in a place where you might like to support someone in his or her sobriety?
I would love to.
Very good, very good. Let's get on to some happy stuff now, okay? Thank you for going through. I know that's difficult. I really appreciate your candor. I understand that honesty and being forthright is part of a healthful recovery process. So thank you for that. And I believe you have Miss Beth Junior here today, and she has agreed to be your principal broker. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And you're also related to Miss Junior?
She's my stepmother.
Okay. Thank you for being here today. I'll be asking you some questions as well. Thank you. And Ms. Junior is at Plantation Realty in BB, is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'll ask you just, let me finish.
Yes.
And so, and as your stepmother and you're part of your support system, is she aware of it? Did she know everything I asked you about before I asked you about it today?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, is there anything that I asked you today that would have come as a surprise to Mr. Junior?
No.
Okay, okay, I'll ask her that question as well. Okay. And I guess since you've just moved here, you probably haven't found a job yet, or are you working?
No, I haven't. I've been taking side jobs, cleaning homes and stuff that I can. But before I moved, I did work for Archer Daniel Midland for 4 years, and I was a seed operator.
I'm sorry, what operator?
A seed operator. A seed operator.
Seed operator, okay, for Archer Daniels Midland?
Yes.
Okay, 4 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that part of your Part of your parole, did you have to maintain employment?
I did, during my parole, but during that time, I think that was a lot of my, I chose the wrong places to go to employment at. I bartended a lot of years, so, when I changed my life, I had to change everything, and, that's when I went to Archer Baby Midland.
Okay, and so you worked there for 4 years, and, and that was a condition of your parole, was it also a condition of your parole that you, maintain your sobriety?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you drug tested or tested for alcohol use?
Both.
Both, and were those random?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they all clean?
All clean, I have.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, very good. And then, how often did you actually have to report to your parole officer?
In the state of Illinois, you report weekly, you have to show up, and then also there's a number that you call to know if it's your color to go, do a drug test.
Okay, so it's an automated system, but you did meet in person with a parole officer who kept tabs on you. And you had to let that person know if you ever moved, if you changed jobs, if you were going on any place out of state,
Yes,
things like that.
yes, ma'am.
So they keep close tabs on you.
Very close tabs.
Okay. Okay, let's go back. You said you have records where you did pay your costs and fees. So let's see about that. It looks like that's behind tab 7. And you have, let's see. Okay, the very first exhibit behind tab number 7 states that you owe $1,261 plus a $26 fee, service fee, for a total of $1,287. And then on the next page, it looks like that was paid by American Express on April 29th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have another one here. Oh, there it is. That's the one that says it was payment receipt for the $1,287. Okay. And that was paid by Amex that was issued to Eric Webb. How was Mr. Webb related to you?
That is my husband.
Okay. And then, we have a charge here, a total, it's $364 plus a judicial service fee of $8 for $372. And that's at 7-5 and 7-6. It looks like a transaction date where that was paid on the 29th of this year. Oh yeah, that's on the next page. 7-7 shows you paid the $372. And then here's one on 7-9 for $114.40 plus a $4 service fee for a total of $118.40. And it looks like you paid that on the 29th of this year. There, 7-11 is your receipt. And then on 7-13, there's a $3,657.54 with a $70 fee for a total of $3,727.54. And that was paid on April 29th of this year. That's receipt is found at 7-15. And that's everything. So you took care of everything before you moved to Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Let's see. I have no further questions of Ms. Webb, but I have a couple of questions for Ms. Junior at the right time.
Thank you. Do any of the members of the commission have any questions?
So, Ms. Webb, were you paying those all because you were leaving Illinois or because you were coming here today?
Well, I realized that they were still due when I was coming here today. I thought because I was incarcerated, that the incarceration would took care of my fines and everything. I was never notified that, they never tried to arrest me for not paying or nothing. I mean, it came up and I seen it here, I immediately went and paid them.
And did you pay those from monies that you had earned while that you were at, working for the seed company?
ADM, Archer Daniel Midland, yes, I did, sir. I saved every bit of my money to move here on my own, and we worked really hard to be able to move here. And with no help from anyone, I paid those fines.
And why the real estate business and why now? Why this change in life now, if I can ask?
It's hard for me to explain because I don't know what happened for me to wake up one day and not want to,
All right, take your time.
to not want that life no more. I find it a miracle, and I believe in God, and I owe it all to Him. There's no doubt in my mind, because I couldn't do it on my own. I couldn't stay sober. So it's hard for me to explain. I don't know. It just happened, and I'm so grateful for it, and I want to give it away to others. I just want more and choose more today than what I used to, and I don't know what other than God, because I couldn't do it. And I just have this new life that is amazing and a new freedom. And it was a choice I had to make, and today I choose different. And that's how I know to explain it. I had a lot of help along the way, and I have a lot of events, and I've tried to make them where I can. And I pray about the ones that I can. But I choose different today.
Is your husband employed?
He not as of right now, he's not. He also worked for Archer Daniel Midland also, and he was also an operator. And we are actively seeking employment right now.
Okay, and so he's here with you, is that correct?
I did not because of COVID. I didn't know how this was gonna, go with COVID, but my stepmother's here.
Okay, so he is not here,
No, he's not.
okay, but he does plan on coming, is that correct?
No. Oh, in Arkansas, I missed a day. Yes, he is here in Arkansas.
He is here in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So Ms. Webb, how often do you speak to your sponsor in Illinois?
Weekly, if not more.
And, so you've been clean and sober since 2014.
Yes, sir.
What was your drug of choice?
Methamphetamine, and I've taken to that honestly, anything.
So as of right now, you have paid everything that needs to be paid.
Yes, sir.
And I'm glad that Chairman Moore asked you the question the way he did. Was it just because you were coming here, or you needed to do it to get out of Illinois, or whatever? So I'm going to ask you a real stupid question.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to be in the real estate business?
I do. I do.
And I think Chairman Moore kind of asked you a question. I didn't get the sense of the answer because I'm old and hard of hearing. But, so what is it that makes you want to get in the real estate business?
I want to help others rent homes, to to fight homes and to help people, achieve their goals, and be a part of that.
And do you intend to find a support group?
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
someone close by.
Yes.
I understand that your sponsor, you can talk to her, once a week or whatever, but I just think it's really important as you, especially going through the move, the possibility of a new career, a lot of things going on there, a lot of stress levels that hopefully will pop you back into the old ways.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Partek, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions, further questions from the commission? Ms. Chambers, do you want to redirect or continue on?
I'd like to continue on and ask Ms. Junior some questions. Ms. Junior, if you'd please lean into the microphone, push the red button. Please state your name and address.
Beth Junior, 2145 Highway 31 North, BD.
Hold on, just a second, I'm going to turn the mic on.
And Ms. Junior, are you licensed with the Real Estate Commission as a principal broker?
I am.
And how long have you been a principal broker?
22 years.
Okay, good for you. And you are associated with Plantation Realty in?
Can I go back?
Yes.
I had a partner, I was the broker in the BD office, and he died this past year. So because of the other company or the other offices, he was the principal broker and I was the executive broker until July of 20.
Okay, so you've been a salesperson, an executive broker, and now you're a principal broker.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you for making the record clear. And again, with Plantation Realty in BD, Arkansas.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Webb is your stepdaughter.
Yes.
How long has she been your stepdaughter?
24 years.
Okay. And you've seen her in good times and bad times?
We had years of, I was the wicked stepmother.
I am one myself.
I'm now closer to the mother.
Oh, precious, good. So, how would you characterize this time in Ms. Webb's life?
The last 6 years have been wonderful. She's an inspiration to a lot of people.
Proud of her?
I am.
Do you have any concerns about being her principal broker?
No.
Any of her testimony today surprise you?
No.
Did you live it with her?
Yes.
If the commission were to grant a waiver with conditions on it that, in which you have a responsibility to report to the commission, would you have any trouble doing that given your relationship with Ms. Webb?
I would not.
Do you believe that she has a support system here in Arkansas?
I do.
Do you believe that she also stays in contact with her sponsor in Illinois?
I do, but I also believe she'll go out of her way to find one here. Church, NA, AA, wherever she goes, she'll find her a place to get the support that she needs. I didn't always say that, but.
You can say that now?
I'm confident in it.
Okay. Do you see her contributing to the community?
I do.
I have no further questions on this witness.
Do any of the commissioners have a question?
Yes, ma'am. So, Ms. Junior, you were around for all three of the rehabilitations.
I was.
Pretty rough.
We didn't have a relationship. It was so rough that it was her dad and I was not really a part of it. I'm too cut and dry. That's his daughter. I was the wicked stepmother. I wanted nothing to do with it.
Are you surprised of her Current.
Yes,
And how many agents do you have?
6.
6. So in the event we were asked for a mandatory drug that you would have to supervise, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay? Do you have any pause at all that you would be concerned if you were sitting in our seat today? The responsibility of knowing the industry like you know it, like we know it, with a open pass to go into people's homes. Would it give you any pause to vote yes for her if you were us?
I think that, given the information that she's given you, if there's anything else that she could say that would take away that pause, but yes, I understand, I know her. The last 6 years has been easy. No drugs, no issues, but I've lived with it. I've seen the turnaround, I know what she's done. I'm very proud of her. I'm not real easy to be compassionate, and maybe I really wasn't until she got clean, but I believe her. She's lived it for 6 years. I have to give her the benefit of the doubt.
I'm known as the most compassionate one of us up here. I hope you know that's not true. I'm just saying. And you recognize that your level of accountability, if we were to pass this today, would be very high.
Well, I don't think it would be different than what it is today. I mean, I think that you're pretty strict like it is. So
We would be looking back to you again as the principal broker.
I'm the principal broker, and I take that on.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna have a real hard time calling you Ms. Junior. So that, knowing the stress level of this business, do you see that as a tipping point, or that it could be a tipping point, or something of concern, or somebody coming out of, or dealing with sobriety?
I do see where it would be a matter of concern, and the move would be a matter of concern, but she does have a large support system, and will continue going to, whether it be church or AA, or whether she chooses. But yes, I understand why there would be a pause.
And if you found out that she was doing something wrong, really wrong, would you turn her into the commission?
I would.
Any other questions? Commissioner Prentice?
I do not.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Davis, you can continue.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a closing statement at the appropriate time. If you'd like to go first, you can go first. I can go first. It doesn't matter. Do you want to go first? Okay.
Look at that. Ms. Webb, do you want to say the other testimony, or do you want to just roll it into your closing argument?
I'm absolutely fine. I can do it closing.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Getting it pulled up just a little bit closer. I think these mics are free. We're going to speak right into them.
I have no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it okay if I go in? Okay, commissioners, if you please look at the exhibit behind tab A is the order of notice of hearing. If you would please find that finding the issues of fact 1 through 5 are true, and that the conclusion of law has been proven when you made your order, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Webb, your turn.
I would just like to ask everyone to please consider and allow me to get my real estate license. And if you don't, I'm still going to be okay too. I'm just grateful to be here today and to be present. So, thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, the commissioners will go into recess and assemble for their deliberations. And we'll
In here?
Yep. I can't. It's fine. Okay.
She's there.
I can hear.
Can you hear us, Linda?
You hear us?
I can. Can you hear
I
me?
don't think we hear her. She can hear us, maybe.
Yeah, we can. It's a little more, couple more. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Aha, got you now.
Can you hear us okay?
You hear us all right?
I can.
Okay, we'll let Commissioner Sparks start off. What do you think?
Thank you. I think it's been a long night and interesting. Yeah, I think that her brokers obviously would be more.
Linda?
I'm for it.
Okay. Steve?
I know her brother / stepmother wrote nothing out of it. She went to a line.
Yeah, I would have some concerns. She's really strong. I think she would be, she'd be the first one to send her in.
And let me back up because there was some last time.
Yeah.
There is no restitution, there is no parole.
We know that.
Okay,
We got it. That one's done.
Well-
That's, yeah.
Do we want to, what we'll do with her about? About 6 years now.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary.
I actually think that if Beth felt like there was a problem, she's gonna raise hell.
I'm gonna defer. I mean, it's,
I'll go along with whatever y'all say, but. Yeah.
I think it's been long.
okay.
Ms. Lucy?
I'll take it.
Linda, you good?
I'm good.
All right.
I said that.
1 minute.
Would you please read my motion?
I will. Commissioner Sparks' motion with regard to issues of fact and law as found in the order and notice of hearing is as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs 1 through 5 of the notice of hearing. Commission finds proven issue of law set out in paragraph 1 of the order and notice of hearing. Furthermore, based on those findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined to grant the waiver to Ms. Webb under section Arkansas Code Annotated Section 1742, 315F as provided under Arkansas Code Annotated 1742, 315G, and allow us a salesman license. As an additional attachment to that, the commission also has made a decision, this is going to be based on the fact that Ms. Webb will be on probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure from the date of initial license. And Ms. Webb's principal broker is to be notified, which you have been notified of this probationary period and the reasons thereof. If Ms. Webb changes firms or the principal broker of the firm changes, Ms. Webb will notify the new principal broker of the conditions of this probation and the reasons thereof. Ms. Webb's new principal broker will also notify the commissioner's executive director in writing that they are aware of the conditions placed on her license. Commissioner Sparks, have I correctly stated your motion?
You have.
Thank you. At this time, each commissioner will verbally and publicly state their vote for the record.
So commissioners, you've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All same sign. Motion carried.
Let the record indicate that the vote was unanimous in favor of the motion, and accordingly, the motion is passed. Let the record also reflect the commissioner's decision will be reduced to writing and served or attempted to be served by mail to all the parties. An appeal of decision can be made in accordance with the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is out of Arkansas Code annotated section 201 a second. All questions should now be directed to the Arkansas Real Estate Commission Executive Director, Ms. Andrea Alford. Do any of the commissioners wish to make a statement at this time?
I would briefly, I would say congratulations, Ms. Webb. It was a pretty tough sell. You did a very good job. To Ms. Junior, I will tell you, you were very impressive here today. You were very convincing, and I do believe you. So I will say thank you to you that I think she has chosen an excellent place to go to work, and we will expect you to hold her to that accountable level. So both of you did an excellent job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, this hearing is concluded, the record is closed, and good luck, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
All right, so commissioners, we'll break for 5 minutes or so and come back to make sure we need to come back for anything.
We actually gotten all the way through our agenda with the exception of other business, and I don't have any other business. So, but that's not part of this meeting. Okay. We do have an appeal to hand out to you all as you leave, but if you, as far as business to discuss, I don't have anything else on my agenda. But if you all.
Bobby, you want me to call, education back in here to rediscuss any education stuff today? We left something open. There she is. That's what we was gonna do.
Yeah.
If we'll hang loose, let's go back and let Courtney see what she asked for us. Make sure the other commissioner doesn't have anything, and we'll be done real quick. Thank you, Mr. Flyer. Wow, one of the videos. Day 3. Is there any other business, commissioners, we need to do today, other than Courtney's update and whatever this appeal is? Are we on the record now?
Yes.
It's a little bit unusual, but that's what's probably about that. So, Courtney, we have asked you for some education updates, I think, and so let's go ahead and tell us what your research is.
Sure. So what I have now is a total instructor school license renewal from 2016 for this year, as well as the pass rates for the broker and sales exam from May 3rd, 2020 through May the 2nd, 2021.
So, Commissioners, the floor is open for discussion. Thank you, Courtney. Any other questions?
Is that the kind of the school, how the numbers go through the year? Is that, high? It's May 20. But these pass rates, is that about what it falls every, like, 5 years ago? Was it about 41% for salespeople and 61% for brokers?
So the broker exam in 2019 was was at a 61% total pass rate. So that appears to have held steady during the last year. The sales pass rate was at 38% overall. So it's interesting that it has come up. It's good that it has come up. It has needed to come up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but Andrea, according to what I recall from Real, our numbers have always been low. Have they
Yes.
not?
That is correct. And the broker exam is certainly the one where we see the higher percentage in terms of the pass rate. And the sales pass rate has always trended or has stayed fairly steady in the high 30s, low 40s.
At Pearson View, we were at some reception with Pearson View one night, and I was visiting with them about our other average states, and I guess I just ended up, do you know to inform any of the other commissioners about kind of how we mesh up against some of our neighbors?
I really don't, and I don't know that they have shared that information with us. I think we've asked and they've demurred.
We have talked to other jurisdictions
Yes.
about their pass-fail rates, and in those discussions previously, it's hard to compare our numbers with their numbers. Not just because the information is different, but they have different statutes in place regarding their exam. Some jurisdictions require that you take the course and you get X number of months to take the exam or X number of attempts before you have to retake the class. Sometimes they have to retake the class as soon as their application expires. In our case, the salesperson pre-licensed education is good. They don't have to take that even if it's been 10, 15 years since they took the pre-license before they take the class. So it's been kind of hard to compare our numbers with other numbers. Some states have a much higher number and they consider.
I was going to say,
Yes.
but some states I talked to,
Yes.
they said if their number dropped below 50%, they would be
Right.
in panic mode. Did they lie to me, or is that true?
That is true.
So, welcome.
So are these figures based on the first time taking the test or all times? So somebody.
This
So
is the
somebody could have
total.
taken the test 5 times.
Now, I can tell you that I ran some numbers starting in March of 2020 to kind of start when COVID began. So March 15th until present, the first time pass rate on the sales exam is 41%, repeat pass rate on sales 41%, for a total of 41%. And then the first time pass rate on brokers was 67%, for repeat test takers 44%, and then for total 59%. And of course, that's a longer time period than what we have here and than what we were comparing in 2019, but it is 2 percentage points lower across the board for brokers compared to the 2019 numbers. And then the sales pass rate has come up, so.
If I was to ask one simple question. Why?
I think there are so many factors at play there, and I think it would just be hard to. Right now, it would be hard to speculate, but we could run some more numbers in Pearson's reporting system, and we could run it by school, and that may tell us some things, especially if we can drill down to how different educators were offering their pre-licensed education throughout the year, and that might help us if there's an increased number of test takers for the broker exam who are obtaining their education by distance education now that is available. we can certainly see where those students are falling on the test.
Well, I was thinking at one time that we were running those numbers in the schools, and they fell below a level that we contacted the schools and had a conversation with them. Are we not doing that anymore because of COVID?
I think we had discussed that, back in 2019. We had done quite a bit of research on how each school's students were performing on the exam.
And I was the voice that wanted it published. I wanted to put it, I wanted to circulate. The published pass fail record.
Well, I think that's valuable information, because if we're finding out that a particular area or a particular school, their pass-fail rate is way low, well, we have an issue, and I think the students deserve some attention on that. What that might be, I'm not really sure, I've got ideas, but,
We hit that large, big old pause button known as COVID last year. Trying to hang on, get through a year. How about that? That's about what we did. It's what we had to do. And now we can kind of look at it and say, we're willing. We see some normalcy coming back. Why don't let's revisit some of these things that we were just about on, Mr. Isom, just about I had to get the parking lot over, and he would have lost, I promise. But, I wanted to publish, and I forgot, is it Alabama that published, or is it,
I think maybe Alabama.
Alabama published, and when Alabama published, the pass rates went way up. Yes, so then it helped the consumer shop wisely, helped them invest their dollars in places that were providing better pass, and it put the burden on those schools up again. And that, 41, I think is terrible. State is terrible.
I like that better than comparing us to other states. I know I got my broker's license reciprocal in Oklahoma and Missouri in 2014. And I didn't have to have any education, so I just paid an educator of those states to give me the information, and they literally gave me 2 pages of study of your law, just the notes, and I passed multiple times with just that. So I don't think that we can compare other states and think that those educators have what's on the test, from my experience.
I mean, I think it's good to see what other states are doing, but I'm more concerned with what goes on in our border. And we got more than state race over in the state of Arkansas, so, but I think we're really.
But if we're at 41%, look at all the people who are failing. I mean, goodness gracious. And then if we have a state like Alabama that we know popped up 4 or 5%, it worked.
See, I don't look at this as 41% passing, I look at it as 59%
Failing, I do too. I do too.
Andrea, am I correct that Alabama instituted a remedial education program for their schools that fell below a certain amount? I believe that was a part of their publishing, when they got to the point where they were publishing those numbers, they had a cutoff and they had a remedial, they had some kind of remedial plan with their
That sure
educators.
is, and I had forgotten that, but they would actually go in and work with, like, they would go in to the school and help monitor and figure out, let's fix what's going on here. That did happen. It was some type of remediation.
Is it also my understanding that they also, at the beginning stages of licensure, had a whole different process of getting licensed, the schools and educators? Or was that possibly Texas or someone else? Someone had a whole process before the educators became licensed educators. A number of hours that they had to complete or some sort of training or something. Then they published the pass-fail rates, then they had the remedial, if I remember correctly. I might be making that up.
I think Alabama is one of the states that changed or updated their instructor and school licensing requirements. At some point, I'm not sure where that fell in terms of the publishing pass-fail rates and really focusing on the exam pass-fail issues.
So could we, let's wrap this up with a action plan. What are we gonna do? With this basic report, the information, now what we're gonna do with it? Let's do something.
And you almost don't want to punish the schools for having students that refuse to apply themselves as well. You know, you just get those students that think, oh, I'll just take it again and again and again until I pass it.
You know Gary Isom. No, that's his argument exactly. You have been talking to Mr. Isom. And that doesn't give us an excuse for 59% failure. Because if you have a percentage of dummies, every school's gonna have the same percentage. Huh? Everybody's gonna have the same percentage. You're gonna have, everybody's got every.
I would like to submit some sort of, like you said, Alabama has where the school is willing to tutor them or tutor the student or something to get them. Yes.
So what about this? What if you let us do a deep dive into the data like we did when we first looked at this issue back in 2019 and just refresh our numbers for schools pass rates and bring that to you at the next meeting and then let you all form a.
Let's start where we left off, right? We were deep in this discussion in 2019. So let's dust it off and go back and start with that and see if we can't get some action to it. What do you think?
I think that's a good
I think we'll say the same thing. I think that's an excellent idea, Commissioner.
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So let it be written.
So there we go.
Anything else, Commissioner, today? Do you have something, Ms. Garrett, in that stack of stuff?
Yes, but this, we will give this to you as you leave today.
Okay, so don't leave without that phone.
Correct. And we have something for you to sign.
Yes, all right. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're going to call me tomorrow and talk about.
Yeah, I'm